Seats. A quorum being present, I call to order the second session of the 2013 Annual Town Meeting. You'll recall that we advanced Article 17 to be dealt with right after the budget, which we completed on Tuesday night. So we start with Article 17. The motion offered under Article 17 is on page 17-5. It's an amendment to the zoning bylaw and to the use table. It's moved by Mr. Goldstein and seconded by Mr. Lynn Jones. Mr. Goldstein.
Good evening. Ken Goldstein for a unanimous Board of Selectmen. So Article 17 is an interim measure which adds a new principal use. It would be numbered use number 20B to the table of uses in the zoning bylaw, which is section 4.07 of the zoning bylaw. The new use is medical marijuana treatment center. To define a medical marijuana treatment center, we would add a new item to section 2.13 of the zoning bylaw. The definition would simply co-opt the definition which has been used by the state. Clearly, medical marijuana dispensaries are a new use which cities and towns of the Commonwealth are going to want to control from a zoning point of view. The problem is that the parameters for our zoning control of this use will depend on regulations which are still a work in progress at the State Department of Public Health. Once the state issues its regulations, we will be able to plan a new bylaw which balances the needs of this new industry with the land use needs of our community. That balance will result in a more comprehensive bylaw at an upcoming upcoming town meeting, probably in the fall or possibly next spring. In the meantime, if we don't put a temporary moratorium in place, we will have lost the opportunity to control things. The Attorney General says we can't ban these centers completely. We can only reasonably control them and reasonably delay them while the rules are being developed. 1 year is a reasonable delay, and the Attorney General will likely uphold that. So for this reason, the Board of Selectmen, by a 4-0 vote, does not recommend to refer this article, but instead recommends that favorable action be taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. I knew we couldn't get away with it. Mr. Lynn Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Sean Lynn Jones from Precinct 1, speaking for a unanimous advisory committee. I'd like to thank Dr. Bertolo for helping to defer this discussion so we can start off this evening on a high note. I know a buzz has been building as we anticipate Article 17. Do be or not do be? That is the question, or really that was the question that Massachusetts voters faced last November. Their answer was clear. Over 60% statewide and over 70% in Brookline decided that the grass was greener on the other side and voted to legalize medical marijuana. Now, there's no question that these are high percentages, and Brookline voters have high expectations. And they wanted to take more than a token step toward medical marijuana. But I'll give you the straight dope. Article 17 offers a clear message. We'd better wait. We'd better wait here in Brookline until we have a chance to take joint action with the state to properly regulate medical marijuana. Seriously, I have a couple of things to add to Selectman Goldstein's comments. The state regulations now exist, and they are 52 pages long. They go into a high level of detail covering every aspect of dispensing, prescribing, growing, you name it, medical marijuana, even down to advertising. They were just issued this month. They are now in effect. It'll take a little time to digest them properly and to decide exactly how the town should respond. But the good news is the state regulations leave open to the town the option of creating its own set of regulations. And also they do, as many people have asked me, say that no medical marijuana dispensary can be located near a school or a child care center. Article 17, as Selectman Goldstein pointed out, just creates an interim category of, it creates the category, the use category for medical marijuana, but bans it temporarily in all zoning districts. We'll probably come back in the fall, consider a zoning amendment, and then take a vote. Now, I know that some people have been eager to move forward quickly on this, but believe me, the time that the town spends preparing its response and its regulations will not be wasted, and we won't let this process drag on. As Selectman Goldstein noted, there's no need to refer this question to a joint committee that could hash it out. Now, I realize you think this speech is probably going to pot, and I'm sure I'm going to take some hits for puns like these. But I'll put a lid on these remarks. I should have probably nipped these comments in the bud, and I'll stem the urge to say anything further. It's high time to end the speech. By a vote of 17-0 with no abstentions, the Advisory Committee recommends favorable action on Article 17. Thank you.
Mr. Lynn Jones, you seem unusually conversant with the language. Mr. Rosenthal?
Yes. Is this working tonight? Working better than last night? Marty Rosenthal, Precinct 9, and still co-chair of Brookline PACs. I have no puns and no knowledge of the ones that Sean used, even though I did go to grad school in the Bay Area in the late 60s. But what I do have is a question. My concern and PAC's concern has been the alacrity with which Town Hall might move on this now that the regulations are out. And the concern is especially because not only do Brookline voters want this, but there is a limit on the number of dispensaries in each county. The law has a limit of 5 per county, and if other Norfolk County towns move faster, we could lose out on that opportunity to take care of people who are in need of this dispensary. So the question is, and I would direct this to either Mr. Weird or Mr. Clucknell.
Well, why don't you direct it to me?
I'm hoping you would direct it to one of them to answer whether there'd be a commitment to do our best to bring this to the fall town meeting now that the regulations are out. As Sean said, I think it's the law, or else the CMRs, which I've looked at, say not within 500 feet of a school, et cetera. So it seems to me that it's not that complicated an issue right now.
Mr. Witt?
I'll be brief, but we have every intention of bringing an article to town meeting in the fall, but I'm going to ask Dr. Balsam to come and explain the steps that we need to take before we would be prepared. As you heard, the state regs just came out, and we do need to review those and make sure that whatever we do is consistent with the state. Dr. Balsam?
Hi, Alan Balsam, Public Health and Human Services. As was said, the state regulations came out about 10 days ago and are in effect. I'm anxious to move the process forward. I think there are people here who will benefit by medicinal marijuana, but my other concern is that if we don't move expeditiously and don't create a dispensary here, what we're doing is encouraging people to grow their own marijuana, which, by the way, they can do right now. If you go to your doctor and your doctor feels that you would benefit by medicinal marijuana, you can get it any way you want, or you can grow it yourself. And my concern is that when people grow their own marijuana, it leads to diversion, and this is what we're trying to not have. We don't want diversion. So I don't think this is so complicated that working together with the Planning and Community Development Department and the Planning Board and the Selectmen's Committee that we cannot come up with sensible zoning restrictions. I'll just say that the two that have been floated so far that might be considered would be to not site a dispensary in a storefront, but rather have it be in a medical building. We do have other facilities for the similar purposes in medical buildings. And then the other is to separate the growing of the marijuana from the dispensing. The regulations do provide that growing can happen in a different community for up to 3 dispensaries. So again, I think these are very well-crafted regulations. They're very thoughtfully done. They were created by Andy Epstein, our neighbor down the street, who, by the way, wrote the Suboxone regulations, which allow people to use Suboxone to get off of opiates. So she has a lot of experience in writing these regulations. These are the best of what have been created throughout the country. And I think they're a very good start. I don't see any reason why we can't bring something to town meeting in November, and in fact, we should.
You satisfied, Mr. Rosenthal?
Very much so. Thank you very much, everybody.
I have no more speakers, so we'll move to a vote on the motion on page 17-5, requiring a 2/3 vote. Those in favor, please raise your hands. Those opposed, raise your hands. Motion carries by a vote of 140 to 3. Now we turn to Articles 9 and 10. We will have a single debate on these 2 articles, and there will be 4 motions before the House. Under Article 9, the motion being offered by the Selectmen starts at the bottom of page 9-5 and goes over to the top of page 9-9, moved by Ms. Daly, seconded by Mr. Bors, an amendment of the bylaw Article 3.14 concerning the division of human relations. Under Article 10, the petitioners are offering 2 motions. They're found on pages 1 and 2 of the Lavender Supplement. Both of these are moved by Ms. Nabel and seconded by Ms. Ames. And the first motion is a further amendment of Section 3.14, and the second motion on page 2 of the Lavender Supplement is an proposed amendment of Section 3.15. And finally, there is a motion to refer, which is found on the 4th page of the sort of yellowish supplement. It's a motion to refer the subject matter of this article to the Selectmen's Committee on Diversity, etc., with further instructions with respect to the referral. It's moved by Mr. Bors and seconded by Ms. Daly. Now, we're going to start with 2 15-minute time blocks. The first devoted to the petitioners of Article 10, and the second devoted to 3 selectmen who will support Article 9 and the motion to refer under Article 10. Then we will proceed to alternate pros and cons in each one of those camps. There's been a great deal of discussion about these articles, and a considerable amount of emotional stress has been generated. I don't want the speakers to reflect that emotional distress. I caution you that we have a civil discourse in this town meeting, and I will not tolerate any personal attacks or disparagement. So you'll have to restrain yourself if you're so inclined. And I hope I won't have to call anyone on the carpet for that. So, without further ado, I call on Mr. Brooks Ames the Article 10 petitioners. Mr. Ames, you and Ms. Nabel have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Can I have the first slide?
You introduce yourself and let us know your address, and then you can go into your presentation.
My name is Brooks Ames. I am a member of the Human Relations Commission, and I am one of 6 petitioners of Article 10. My address is 25 Whitney Street in Brookline.
Thank you.
The town administrator really set up the issue very well in front of the advisory committee. He said, we need this fundamental discussion of what our policy will be and our goals. He said, we as a town have to reevaluate what we as a town want to stand for and be. Article 10 raises a values question. What kind of a town do we want to be? Are we going to simply toe the line and practice equal employment opportunity and non-discrimination? Or will we pursue affirmative action? Will we actively take steps to improve our diversity at all levels? This is the fundamental question raised by Article 10. What kind of town do we want to be? We are not an affirmative action employer right now. We used to advertise in minority newspapers that we were an affirmative action employer. We do not do that anymore. We used to have an affirmative action plan. We don't have one anymore. Last year, the Human Resources Board adopted an equal opportunity policy, not an affirmative action policy. We used to ask prospective employees to identify themselves so that we could track applicants as part of our affirmative action program. Now we call it our Equal Employment Opportunity Program. Town meeting never voted on that change. It simply was made. These actions that we take in calling ourselves an equal employment opportunity employer rather than an affirmative action employer have an impact. They have an impact on how we are perceived as a community. They tell people what kind of town we are. I believe that town meeting is the right body to decide values questions. You represent the citizens of this town. You speak for them. In my view, we should not delegate questions about values to committees. We should decide them as citizens and as members of town meeting. The Selectmen's Committee will review the questions raised by Article 9 and 10 no matter what. You are not taking anything out of the committee's hands if you pass Article 10. What you are doing instead is making sure that town meeting's voice is heard on that committee. You are making sure that the committee knows that the town has chosen on a high level the course of affirmative action. Can I have slide number 2? What does Article 10 do? It sets the policy of the town on a high level. It says the town will adopt a policy of equal opportunity and affirmative action. It says the goal of the policy will be to eliminate discriminatory barriers, recruit, hire, promote members of underrepresented groups, ensure equal opportunity, and increase diversity at all levels. It does not handcuff the selectmen in determining how to implement the policy. It does not stop the Human Resources Department from engaging in outreach, and it does not stop the Human Resources Board from helping to decide how to best implement the policy. Article 10 places the Commission in the role of adopting the policy with the approval of the selectmen. That is the language of the article. As a commissioner, I can tell you we expect to partner with the selectmen in adopting a policy. The disagreement with the selectmen has related to different opinions about what the policy will be: straight equal opportunity or equal opportunity to be achieved through affirmative action. Let me give an example of how that difference of an opinion makes a difference. The Rooney Rule. The Rooney Rule requires that a qualified person of color be interviewed for any open position. The National Football League had great success with the Rooney Rule when it adopted it about 10 years ago. General managers realized, as they had not before, how much talent was available when they were forced to take a serious look at minority applicants. We hope to achieve the same thing in Brookline. Some of you may be thinking, isn't affirmative action illegal? No, it is not. Governor Patrick signed an executive order 6 years ago requiring all state agencies to implement affirmative action plans. Governor Patrick's efforts have been remarkably successful at diversifying the state's workforce and have not embroiled the state in litigation. We can do this, but town meeting needs to act. Let me talk a little bit about the commission. The point has been made essentially that the commission isn't qualified to make policy on workforce diversity. The point has been made that that requires special expertise. It has been pointed out that the Human Resources Board members are required to have expertise in human resources or labor law or as business people. I have a lot of respect for human resources professionals and labor lawyers and business people, and I think they should participate in working on the policy. But the policy should be adopted by a commission whose members are diverse and whose mission is to promote diversity in town. Putting the commission in this role sends the message that the town gets the concept of diversity and inclusion. Newt Gingrich, of all people, said something very insightful about inclusion versus outreach. He said, outreach is when 5 white guys in a meeting call you to get your opinion. Inclusion is when you are at the meeting, and that changes the whole tenor of the meeting. The role of the commission is to change the tenor of the meeting. Article 10 is about making sure that diversity is at the head of the table when workforce diversity policy is being made. We have a real challenge in that regard because we can't seem to get people of a color appointed to the commission. We have 3 applicants right now, all people of color, all with master's degrees, but we are told they don't have the right credentials to serve on a commission that may be tasked with adopting and monitoring affirmative action policy. For over 40 years, the commission accepted all comers, but now that it has asserted itself in the area of workforce diversity, we are told special qualifications are required. The Article 10 petitioners have tried very hard to narrow the issues in dispute here. We have made compromise where it did not mean compromising the fundamental principles of affirmative action. We have adopted Article 9's framework. We changed language that some found objectionable. I had probably a half an hour discussion or more with Stan Spiegel about language. We have tried very hard to narrow the issues. We clarified that the Commission's role was to adopt policy and to monitor policy, not to hire or promote employees. Along the way, we've seen tremendous goodwill on the Article 9 side and real receptivity to working with the Commission towards a more affirmative approach to workforce diversity. Here's what the town administrator said at the May 8th League of Women Voters Forum. Can I have the next slide? So there is a real receptivity to moving forward with a plan of affirmative action and to moving forward in cooperation with the Human Relations Commission. It was really part of statements like the one that the town administrator made, statements made by Alan Balsam, director of the Health Department, and Dr. Lloyd Jeleno, who will be our new director, that led us to adopt the Article 9 framework. We need town meeting. Still, we need town meeting. We need a push. We need an unequivocal statement that Brookline stands for equal opportunity through affirmative action. Referral does not send that message. Can I have the next slide? The point has been made that Article 10 could conflict with union contracts, that they are an obstacle to achieving what we are asking for. This is what one union contract says about affirmative action. I understand that there may be 2 others that have the same language. The point is that we can get through the obstacles if we are committed. This is language that was bargained for by the union and by the town. It acknowledges affirmative action. Can I have slide 5? The question has been, who's in charge? The commission is not trying to be in charge. We are not trying to own this process. The selectmen remain in charge, and they will ultimately shape the policy and how it's implemented. But in a broader sense, you, town meeting members, are in charge. And in a still broader sense, all of us who are citizens in this town are in charge of what kind of town we are going to be. In closing, I go back to Mel Kleckner's words. What kind of town are we going to be? We were one of the pioneers of METCO. We said we had an obligation to integrate our schools voluntarily when the Supreme Court set up roadblocks to cross-district integration. We did it not just to enrich the children who came from Boston, but to enrich the white children of Brookline. We now have a student body that is 40% people of color. Are we going to tell our students that a system that produces not a single person of color as a department head over the past 40 years represents equal opportunity? We are the town of METCO. We're also the town whose citizens organized fair housing committees long before the 1968 Civil Rights Act prohibited housing discrimination. Let's continue to be that town. We should not refer Article 10. We should pass it.
Thank you, Ms. Nabel. Mr. Ames has left you 4 minutes.
Bobby Nabel, Precinct 11. Each year, when the town celebrates Martin Luther King Day, our posters carry the statement, "Keeping the Promise." That celebration is a reminder of the promise, not the fulfillment of it. The work of fulfillment is what this warrant article attempts to bring about. Town meeting passed a bylaw in 1969 to increase the diversity of the town's workforce, and the committee charged with planning what would be needed to help the town achieve this goal established the structure that's currently in place. Warrant Article 10 reaffirms the intent of the bylaw to achieve the more diverse workforce the town envisioned and attempts to clarify the roles the various parties play in creating and implementing policies and procedures. But as we attempt to improve diversity in the future, we should try to understand why our past efforts have been so disappointing. Perhaps because while we agreed on the goal of increasing a diversity in our workforce, we did not agree on how to achieve that goal. We talked about affirmative action, but weren't in agreement on its meaning and how it should influence our policies and procedures. Despite having established a structure intended to help us achieve diversity, we didn't all agree on what level of communication and collaboration was necessary among the Human Relations Director and the Commission and the Human Resources Department and the Selectmen. Improving the diversity of our workforce requires addressing those issues, starting first with deciding whether we are an equal opportunity employer or an affirmative action employer. Because people attribute very different meanings to these terms, I'll define what the proponents of this warrant article mean by them. Starting with the third term, non-discrimination, because its meaning is clear. It is illegal for an employer to exclude an applicant from consideration solely because of race or other group membership. For equal opportunity, the employer states that those who apply for employment will be judged based on their qualifications and not upon membership of any of the groups. He then needs only to post advertisements to attract those in the relevant field and choose from the applications received. He is not required to do more than that. Affirmative action is a term I would not use if there were an alternative, because of the way it has often come to be understood. First, what it is not. It is not setting goals, setting quotas, requiring that a specific percentage of hires must be made from a specific group. It is not hiring applicants who are less qualified than those others in the pool, or unqualified candidates merely for the sake of achieving workplace diversity. In fact, the committee report in 1969 said it should be noted that affirmative action does not imply special treatment of minority citizens. What then does it mean? In this article, it means the employer acknowledges the value of a diverse workforce and is committed to taking certain affirmative steps to achieve that goal. And these steps may include, among others, drafting job descriptions to be sure that the skills or experience set as qualifying requirements are accurate and not inflated, increasing the diversity of the candidate pool, and monitoring the search process at various stages to make sure procedures are being followed consistently by the various offices. So there is a crucial distinction in hiring procedures between whether the town defines itself as an equal opportunity hire or an affirmative action hire. The town's commitment to an affirmative action policy would not conflict with the need for a highly effective workforce. On the contrary, by carefully defining the skills and experience a position requires, and by casting the net as widely as possible, we increase the likelihood of attracting a more diverse pool of highly qualified applicants, whatever their group membership, enriching the quality of our choices. This warrant article is based on the belief that success in increasing the diversity of the town's workforce requires that we agree on both a definition and a policy of affirmative action, and develop policies and procedures intended to increase our effectiveness in creating a more diverse workforce.
Now, Ms. Nabel, we've been 15 minutes. Are you close to a conclusion? Thank you.
Clearly, I support the warrant article. Just as clearly, some of you may not. Part of town meeting membership is the recognition that we will not always agree, and in some cases may passionately disagree. Still, we are colleagues, each of us trying as best we can to cast our vote in support of what we believe are the best interests of the town. Whether this article is passed, rejected, or referred, the issue of achieving increased diversity in town employment will remain, and I look forward to our working together to achieve this shared goal.
Thank you. Ms. Daly?
Thank you. Nancy Daly for the Board of Selectmen. Article 9 was submitted by the town administrator to reorganize the Human Relations Youth Resources Department in the wake of the retirement of the 39-year director, Steve Bressler. It changes Human Relations Youth Resources from a separate department with a director to a commission that's served by professional and administrative staff within the Health and Human Services Department. Mr. Kleckner has proposed that Dr. Lloyd Gelano, currently the Human Services Coordinator in the Health Department, should be the new staff person for the Human Relations Commission. Dr. Gelano is a highly respected psychologist. He will have support from the Health Department and Dr. Balsam. In addition, the town administrator is committed to an arrangement whereby Dr. Gelano could report directly to him and the Board of Selectmen on sensitive human relations issues. This reorganization will provide greater support for human relations activities, will eliminate the isolation of a single person department structure, and will foster collaboration and coordination of related human services programs such as domestic violence and youth at risk. Article 9 does not otherwise change the purview of the Human Relations Commission. Article 9 also now has a sunset provision so that when the Selectmen's Committee on Diversity comes out with recommendations, this structure would be revisited. We urge favorable action on the Article 9 motion before you. Article 10 is a citizen petition article which would do a number of things. First, it would change the name of the Human Relations Youth Resources Commission to the Human Rights Commission. And second, it would have the Commission, with the Board of Selectmen's approval, adopting and monitoring equal opportunity and affirmative action policies relative to town employment practices in the town, identify and eliminate discriminatory barriers in the workplace, remedy the effect of past discriminatory practices, identify, recruit, hire, develop, promote, and retain employees who are members of underrepresented groups, and ensure diversity and equal employment, equal opportunity in all facets, terms, and conditions of town employment. And I realize I appreciate what Mr. Ames recently said, but based on the language and also what a number of statements we've heard from some of the petitioners over the past several months, we see this as a vast expansion of the role of the commission into day-to-day hiring and promoting, et cetera, of employees, moving the group from an advisory role on policy to a very active operational role. We appreciate the petitioner's goals in bringing this forward. I think we can all agree that the town is committed to diversity, but the board believes that we could improve in some areas and get particularly recruiting, getting more diversity candidates to apply for jobs. Further, we agree that the bylaw with respect to human relations is out of date and needs to be significantly revised. However, the board does not think that the role of Human Relations or Human Rights Commission, as envisioned by the petitioners, is workable or necessarily appropriate. It would put the commission on a collision course with the Human Resources Department and the Human Resources Board, or if not a collision course, there would be a significant overlap of responsibilities with resulting confusion. Department heads would have to report to two masters on these issues and possibly try to follow differing guidelines. The Director of Human Resources, Sandra DeBow, and the members of the Human Resources Board are highly trained in what has become the very complex legal landscape on employment. Collective bargaining agreements, and in the case of police and fire, civil service requirements relating to testing for hiring and promoting within the department have a significant impact on hiring and promotions, as does state and federal law. Aside from the significant privacy implications of having a citizen commission delving into employee personnel files, the Board of Selectmen would need to appoint candidates to this revamped commission that had qualifications similar to those on the Human Resources Board if the commission was to become, in effect, a second such board. The petitioners have cited the Governor's Executive Order 526 as a model for Brookline, but under that model, employment issues are handled by the equivalent of the Human Resources staff, not a citizen commission. We would also take issue with some of the statistics they used in their write-up. For instance, our most recent data shows that minority employment in the professional category is higher than the numbers shown on their chart, although the statistics do not tell the full story. I personally know of several more people who are professionals who have chosen not to self-report in these categories because they don't think it is relevant to their employment and performance, but who would be qualified if they did report, and which would push those percentages higher. Additionally, our data shows growing increases in the past decade in hiring and promoting diverse candidates. During the past decade, the number of women department heads has tripled, for instance. We acknowledge that we still need to do significant work on the gap between our growing Asian population in town and the number of Asians in our employ, and to find ways to reach our increasing Hispanic population. The Board of Selectmen recently appointed a committee on diversity, equal employment opportunity, and affirmative action. The list of members of this committee can be found on page 10-25 of the combined reports. Together they, and I will accept myself, but the others have an impressive level of experience and expertise in diversity and civil rights arena. We are recommending that the subject matter of Warrant Article 10 be referred to this committee. The clearly recent Supreme Court decisions have had an impact on the area of affirmative action. We need some guidance on the changing law in this area and on best practices for increasing diversity in our workforce, and to charge for a revitalized and relevant Human Relations Commission. It's my intention as the chair of that committee that we would come out with some recommendations over the next year that would result in one or more warrant articles a year from now on this issue. We need to take a thoughtful approach to the issues that have been raised by the petitioners and to other related issues. We urge you to refer the subject matter of Warrant Article 10 to the Selectmen's Committee and in the language of the Advisory Committee's motion. Now, Selectman Benko will tell you a little more about our concerns on employee privacy.
Mr. Benka?
Thank you. Dick Benka for the Board of Selectmen. I'll be focusing on one particular problem with Article 10, the issue of applicant and employee privacy. Whatever the language of Article 10, whether it's supervise as it was originally drafted, or oversee or monitor, the article contemplates that the Commission will delve into hiring, promotion, and termination decisions. If you look on page 10-17 of the combined reports, the Commission, according to the petitioners, would not merely propose policies, but would also be responsible for policy implementation. The Commission would examine, quote, the basis for the selection and rejection of diverse applicants, and would also examine, quote, the basis for terminations of diverse applicants. What's the problem with this? The problem is that under the state open meeting law, once you put such issues into the hands of a committee, you cannot discuss them privately or in executive session. There are exceptions for reputation and character and physical and mental health, and for grievances, and that latter exception applies to the Human Resources Board. But the Attorney General has reiterated this year that the following subjects, and I ask you to listen carefully, the following subjects must be discussed in an open meeting. Quote, the professional competence of an individual, employee evaluations, and the qualifications of any individual. So if the commission were to, quote, examine the basis for the rejection of an applicant for a job or a promotion, or for the termination of an employee, you could be dealing with public discussion of issues such as he didn't understand questions about simple accounting concepts during his interview. She failed to keep her professional license up to date. He made the following major mistakes on the job. Professional competence, employee evaluations, qualifications, all discussed in meetings open to the public and to the press. This process wouldn't widen the pool of applicants for jobs or promotions. It would more likely cause individuals, minority and non-minority, to look elsewhere than Brookline. In response, the proponents of Article 10 now say that the selectmen wouldn't be handcuffed. We're still in control. We wouldn't be required to give the Human Rights Commission the authority contemplated by Article 10. In other words, we should pass a bylaw that we know is fatally flawed so that it can be ignored. Shouldn't we instead refer Article 10 to define a process that will not potentially humiliate and discourage applicants, but rather will yield a policy that will actually benefit employees, applicants, and the town? Thank you.
Mr. Wyszynski.
Neil Wyszynski for the Board of Selectmen. Up until now, you've heard policy and practical problems with the Article 10 approach. I'd like to wrap up our presentation by talking about the process by which Article 10 has evolved. These are difficult topics to discuss, and the Article 10 process has thus been reflective of that. Article 10 started in a different place than where it is now. Changes have been proposed seemingly on the fly, developed in an ad hoc manner. We've had what some have described as a moving target. But even after all this movement, there are still some very practical problems with the approach. There's also been disagreement with what some of the terms in the bylaw mean. Do we all agree with what the terms overseeing or monitoring or even affirmative action policies really means within the context of the bylaw? The language in the bylaw is unclear. Brookline can and should do better. We can all agree that diversity within the town and its employees is important. We can all agree this is an opportune time to re-examine our EEO and affirmative action policies. We should all agree, too, that we should employ the most qualified person for each position. But I would suggest to you that our employment policies are too important to do on the fly. They're too important to do on an ad hoc basis. They're too important for us not to be careful and deliberate in their drafting and adoption. Our employees are the face of Brookline town government. They're the folks who actually deliver the services we voted for in our budget on Tuesday. Our employees are too important to draft policies on the fly. Compare the process here to the process by which we developed an equally important set of policies, our financial policies. Our financial policies have evolved over time. Each time we assembled a group of experts in blue ribbon commissions to help us through the process. As a result, we have a AAA bond rating. We are proposing a similar process here. We have assembled a blue ribbon committee of experts as the Selectmen's Committee on Diversity, Equal Opportunity, and Affirmative Action. We believe that we've assembled a group of people with a commitment to diversity and expertise in devising and implementing policies in this area. So what I'm suggesting to you is that we press the proverbial reset button, take a deep breath, and let this group help us through the process. We're putting in place the careful, thoughtful process these policies deserve. This should be the road to a AAA, legally sustainable, practical in its implementation, diversity, EEO, and affirmative action policy. So let's not predetermine the outcome by voting for Article 10, even in its current incarnation, which, by the way, we saw for the first time last week. The Board of Selectmen is committed to a diverse workforce. We believe the best way to re-examine our policies is to vote for the language of Article 9 with a sunset, and then referral of Article 10 with the advisory committee language.
Thank you, Mr. Farlow. And while Mr. Farlow is coming to the microphone, would you all please turn to page 10-13. And the graph, the first graph, some language was blotted out by one of the graphs. That upper right-hand corner of the graph in the middle of the page should, the last line should read market 17.8%. Mr. Farlow?
My name's Frank Farlow. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 4, and I'm speaking as one of the petitioners of Article 10. The Human Relations Commission has grown quiet over the past 4 decades as the passions that created it have cooled. Its department head has been assigned numerous competing duties unrelated to the Commission's responsibilities under the bylaw. And the restrictions placed on affirmative action by the Supreme Court have encouraged passivity and resignation on the part of us all, the selectmen, the Commission, and us in town meeting. But thanks to the selectmen's appointments in the last few years within the Commission, there is now a diversity committee populated by the Commission's younger generation who are eager to revive the spirit of the 130 residents of the town who formulated the original bylaw. As a result, for the first time in many years, the Commission holds real promise of becoming once again the sort of agency envisioned by the authors of the original bylaw. We want to see that trend nurtured by town meeting and by the selectmen, not dampened and curtailed. We want to see those deeply committed members and additional minorities appointed to the Commission to feel that they have the tangible backing of their community's legislative and executive bodies, and not to conclude, as have several commissioners of color in the past, that there are more productive ways that they could be spending their time. Now I'd like to speak about referral. First, it's important for everyone to understand that the Selectmen's Committee has been appointed. It's operating under a very broad charge, and it's already held its first meeting. The entire range of diversity issues under debate tonight has already been referred to the committee by the selectmen. Whether or not we vote referral tonight, we're going to receive the same recommendations a year from now. So wanting to ensure that town meeting receives the results of a wide-ranging study of the town's options, which is the usual reason for referral, is not a sound reason on this occasion. At present, the 9-member Selectmen's Committee contains 3 well-informed, highly outspoken opponents of Article 10, including its chair. It contains no such...
Now, Mr. Farlow, could you refrain from characterizing the positions of the members of that committee, please?
I will go no further, Mr. Moderator. It contains no proponents. This is a matter of significant concern. To the petitioners, it's vital that the committee give a fair shake to our 2 central goals in submitting this article. First, that town meeting reaffirm the primacy of the Commission in formulating the town's affirmative action policy. It's in the bylaw at present. As established 40-odd years ago by a near unanimous vote of town meeting. And second, that the town's affirmative action policy itself be reoriented from the one of recent years, which has been centered firmly about non-discrimination,
You have 1 minute.
toward one that forcefully employs, in addition, the full range of available techniques and procedures of affirmative action. The Patrick administration has shown that its approach, on which our proposal is modeled, is highly effective in increasing workforce diversity. A number of changes have been made in Article 10, as you've heard. What remains is essentially the name change, and the amendments intended to accomplish our two central goals. For these reasons, and because more generally, we feel that town meeting will be sufficiently prepared by this debate to take a position on these two central issues, we encourage you to vote yes on Article 9, no on referral, and yes on Article 10. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sandman. All speakers have 5 minutes, and I have a huge number of them. Mr. Sandman?
Good evening, Michael Sandman. I'm reporting to you on behalf of the Advisory Committee. Brookline has had an affirmative action plan and a stated commitment to diversity in town employment for something like 44 years. Let's start with this acknowledgement. During most of that time, we as a town did not do very much to advance that agenda, at least as it relates to minority employment. A great deal was done with regard to gender diversity, but very little with regard to minority employment. A couple of years ago, new appointees to the Human Resources Commission saw that and they began to ask questions. Article 10 is a result of their determination to bring about more diversity, and they're absolutely right to bring this matter forward. That said, it's important to add that the Human Resources Director and her department started to act on the existing policy in 2009, and that has resulted in an increase in diversity, as you can actually see from, I believe, some of the material that was handed out by the proponents of Article 10. Meanwhile, our concepts of affirmative action and diversity have expanded in the last 40 years, but our bylaw does not reflect those changes. As a result, the Board of Selectmen formed the Committee on Diversity, Equal Employment Opportunity, and Affirmative Action to reassess, reappraise, and perhaps even reconstitute in a different form the Human Resources, Youth Resources Commission and our town policies relative to affirmative action and workplace diversity. With the retirement of the Director of Human Resources, the town administrator recognized the built-in inefficiency of having a one-person department, and he proposed Article 9. Article 9 leaves the Human Resources, Youth Resources Commission unchanged and assigns the duties of the vacant director position to other and newly added town positions, as you've heard. This structure is designed to provide better support not only to the Human Resources, Youth Resources Commission, but to other human services and social justice activities as well. It's a change that the Advisory Committee believes is much needed. We recommend favorable action on Article 9, but we endorse its sunset provision because we recognize that Article 10 raises important issues that should be referred to the Selectmen's Committee on Diversity. Article 10, by contrast, seeks to make changes to the responsibilities and missions of the Commission itself and seeks to make substantial policy changes relative to affirmative action and equal opportunity policies. It's important to understand that to have effective policies, they must be cohesive and integrated into hiring practices, into the workplace and training programs. It's essential to coordinate this through human resources. The Governor's own often quoted Executive Order 526 recognizes this necessity. There must also be a separate body that can review, recommend, and help formulate policy from the advantage of an outside perspective. And the commission, or the same commission by any other name, should be in place to do that. There should always be a citizen group with a place at the table, as Newt Gingrich said, inclusion is a place at the table, to help set recruitment and employment policies, just as there are citizen groups in budgeting, conservation, transportation, and other policy areas. However, with issues as complex and interwoven as affirmative action and diversity, no one commission or group should dominate the table. The proponents, or one of the proponents said this evening, quote, "We expect to cooperate with the selectmen," end quote.
You have 1 minute.
He didn't add cooperate with the other parties involved in the process. Proponents of Article 10 point out that the Human Resources Board may not have the experience with affirmative action and diversity matters. On the other hand, the commission members may not be as well versed in the practical aspects of managing employees as they might be. For example, the commission's draft policy requires 100 reports a year, 100 reports a year, one each quarter from each department, that will probably be beyond the commission's ability to review. At this stage, no one disagrees that we need to pay more attention to affirmative action and equal employment opportunity. Simply changing the way policy is managed is neither necessary nor sufficient to achieve a higher level of minority employment in the town. Achieving that requires a broader and more thoughtful approach. We should make it clear to our elected and administrative leaders that they need to support what Human Resources has already started to do and to direct HR to push forward.
Please conclude, Mr. Sandman.
The Advisory Committee referral motion acknowledges positive intent of the Governor's executive order and the productive work of the town's
please conclude, sir.
Equal economic opportunity policy. By a vote of 23 to 2 to 1, the Advisory Committee strongly recommends referral of the subject matter of Article 10 to the Selectmen's Committee on Diversity, Equal Employment, and Affirmative Action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conquest. And Mr. Leary, would you come forward and sit in the front row, please?
Good evening. Arthur Conquest, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 6. I'm asking you to vote no on referral of Article 10 and yes on both Articles 9 and 10. The town of Brookline portrays itself as, and I quote, liberal and progressive, unquote. I beg to differ with that characterization of this community when the subject involves race and sharing power with people of color. The Boston Globe reported a month ago in the Globe West section that the former governor, state representative, and Brookline town meeting member, Michael Dukakis, said, and I quote, he remembers a time when people of color were not allowed to live in Brookline, unquote. In the interview, Dukakis also said, we have come such a long way, but we still have got a long way to go, unquote. As I said in my letter to the tab last week, in 1968, town meeting affirmed and funded a report of the Committee on Urban Responsibilities, which established the Human Relations Youth Resource Commission and in part endorsed an affirmative action program. That program has been ignored, and purposely so, in my opinion, for going on now 4 long decades by the Commission. I have resided in this town for 31 years, and during my travels, I've had an opportunity to converse with the town's Black and Latino workforce, from custodians to clerical staff, teachers' aides to IT specialists. Too many say they're engulfed in a sanitized nightmare which they're stuck in, mainly because their goal is to keep a roof over their family's head, food in their children's stomachs, and clothing on their backs. Rarely do I hear that they love their jobs, the jobs they hold. Dr. Martin Luther King said, quote, Black people have been kept in oppression and deprivation by a poisonous fog of lies that depicted them as inferior, born deficient and deservedly doomed to servitude to the grave. So long as the lie was believed that brutality and criminality of conduct towards Negroes was easy for the conscience to bear. The twisted logic ran, if the black man was inferior, he was not oppressed. His place in society was appropriate to his meager talent and intellect, unquote. In their private conversations with me, black staff often voiced their version of Roberta Flack's tune, Killing Me Softly, as they describe their work environment and how too many feel they're being ill-treated, bringing up the rear of the town's workforce totem pole. Two final points. First, there is almost no difference between the Human Relations Diversity Subcommittee, which essentially was established by the Board of Selectmen, and the Board of Selectmen's Committee on Diversity, Equal Employment and Opportunities, and Affirmative Action, which the former will be referred to if the motion is carried by town meeting this evening. The Board of Selectmen established the former, but didn't like the results it produced, which was to address the issue of race head-on.
1 minute.
And in which is why there is a motion to have the Human Relations Diversity Subcommittee referred to the Selectmen's Diversity Committee for study. Second and finally, after watching the commission drag its feet since 1991, and then attend a few of their meetings this winter past, and seeing how it has dramatically changed and turned itself around, I have decided to submit my application for membership to the Board of Selectmen. If Article 10 is referred, then I'm almost certain my application will be put off for a year, if not longer, which then also tells me something about the Board of Selectmen's commitment to social justice,
Please conclude, Mr. Conklin.
diversity, and affirmative action. Referring Article 10 is the equivalent of saying no to the great Jackie Roosevelt Robinson when he tried out for the Boston Red Sox in 1945.
Please conclude, Mr.
It is
Conquest.
saying no to Rosa Parks as she tried to take a seat on the bus in Montgomery, Alabama in 1955. It is saying no to Congressman John Lewis as he and Dr. King attempted to cross the Edmund
Please
Curtis Bridge
conclude,
on
Mr.
Bloody
Conquest.
Sunday in 1965. Thank you.
Mr. Leary.
Good evening. I'm Richard T. Leary, a member of the Committee on Town Organization and Structure and former town administrator in Brookline. You have a report which was sent out as a supplement on Articles 9 and 10. So I'll be brief, and I want to focus my comments on Article 9. Over the years, the Committee on Town Organization and Structure has recommended several reorganizations or mergers to town meetings. Beginning with the Department of Public Works in the 1960s, the merging of Park and Forestry with Public Works in 1981, the Town Administrator Act in 1985, Department of Finance in 1992, and the Department of Planning and Community Development in 2002. At the same time, there were several smaller departments that were brought into other larger departments in order to provide the administrative support that they needed. And I can refer to a few. The Transportation Department, which had a director and a secretary, and the first year Proposition 2.5 was folded into Public Works along with the Engineering Division. The Conservation Commission and the Preservation Commission in the 1970s and 1980s began with a director and a single secretary. Conservation was brought into DPW as part of Parks and Open Space, and the Preservation Commission became part of the Planning and Community Development Department in the early 2000s. I think we have a fairly good model on what is proposed in Article 9 with respect to the Veteran Services Department, which is now located in the Train Health Center, which is now relying on the resources and the administrative support of the Department of Health and Human Resources. These latter mergers have enabled the larger departments, DPW, Planning, and Health, to provide the administrative support the boards which formerly had to rely on one or two staff people. As in the case of these earlier mergers, we believe that the town administrator's proposal in Article 9 reflects sound management practice, and under the capable leadership of Dr. Alan Balsam, will be effective in operation. We look forward to reviewing the report of the Selectmen's Committee on Diversity, Equal Employment Opportunities, and Affirmative Action, and we recommend favorable action on the Selectmen's recommendation on Article 9.
Thank you, Ms. Ames.
Mariella Ames, co-petitioner of Article 10. It is difficult to decide where to start. As a town meeting member for over 3 years now, I have followed closely the slow journey of our issue of lack of diversity in the town's workforce. I have tried unsuccessfully prior to and even after joining the Human Relations Commission to participate in the process devised by the town to address the issue. This experience has been very frustrating. Last year, I was appointed a member and immediately began to work to advance the cause of diversity, joining others in researching the history of affirmative action in the town, current best practices for workforce diversity, and reaching out to Governor Patrick's Office of Diversity. The town's first two diversity reports, 2011 and 2012, indicated that the Human Resources Department was going to engage in a collaborative effort with the Human Relations Commission and Town Council's office to revise the affirmative action program. In the fall of last year, we reached out unsuccessfully to the Human Resources Department to try to translate the work we had been doing into action. We ultimately determined that we could not keep waiting for the Human Resources Department to act, and we drafted a policy proposal on affirmative action and equal opportunity. We relayed it to the selectmen and asked to meet with them. From that point on, the selectmen have responded with a series of deterrent actions. The legal landscape was a problem. There was confusion in the bylaws. Let's refer the matter to CTONS before getting to town meeting. Since Article 10 was imminent and those actions did not prevail, their approach then was, let's seek to eliminate the Human Relations Department Director / Affirmative Action Officer since he's retiring. Let's hold off applicants of color to the commission. There are 3 pending applicants of color since March. And finally, let's put this off to a study committee without inviting a single petitioner of Article 10, but with several members who have vocally opposed it. That is the summary of the last 8 months of pursuing the promised review of our affirmative action plan as stated in the last 2 annual diversity reports. Allow me to be clear on what Article 10 does and does not. Article 10 seeks to clarify the bylaws by asking town meeting to reconfirm the commission's standing on the issue of affirmative action. Article 10 seeks to have human resources join the commission in taking a more active approach to workforce diversity. Article 10 provides accountability for the Board of Selectmen. Any policy proposed has to be approved by them. Concerns of privacy and open meeting law can be addressed by them. Article 10 does not take away any human responsibilities. Article 10 does not give the Commission powers to recruit, hire, promote, or retain employees. Article 10 asks that we move Brookline forward and use Governor Patrick's successful approach to affirmative action, inclusion, diversity in the workplace as a framework. We have, as many of you heard at the May 1st Forum on Diversity, Governor Patrick's office technical support free of charge. I believe passing this article will have a great impact. It will send a message to the state and country that we are a welcoming community to people of color. that we are ready and willing to take affirmative steps to deal with underrepresentation, that we will monitor our promise via an independent body, that we value diversity.
1 minute.
Please, let me point out to the diversity of the petitioners. There is diversity of race, age, professions, personalities, and styles. We all see the need to address our town's lack of diversity in an active way. It has been dormant for too long. We all see the enormous need to move forward as a community. And we as a community ought to decide, not a study committee, whether we want and value diversity. If I can play the video, please, number 3. I urge you to vote no on referral and support diversity now. Vote in favor of Article 10.
Thank you. Well, you've got 20 seconds.
Okay, well, I hope to make it in.
You now have 10 seconds.
3. AB.
Dr.
Should be AB.
Delano and I are totally committed to advance affirmative action. Those of you who know me know that I've spent my career doing that and other things, and I think those of you who know Lloyd and know his background know that that's the case. So while it is true we are agnostics in a way because we're not taking a position on what the mission should be, but we know what the mission is now. The mission of the Human Relations Commission is to advance affirmative action. It's to advance groups who have been otherwise left out of the scene, including people of color, linguistic and ethnic minorities, GBLT folks, folks with disabilities. And what this will allow us to do is to work with all of those groups.
Thank you. The town and administration are awaiting our direction. Thank you.
Mr. Kurinos?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ken Kernis, Precinct 16. I'm chair of the Human Resources Board for the town. I've been on the board for about 20 years now. I hate to date myself, but in any event, that's when the board was originally the personnel board. There was originally a personnel department. Been quite a few changes in this town over the past 20, 30 years, and the reason for that is that we've needed to change the way we administer our government, not only with respect to our citizens, but more importantly with respect to our employees. I can tell you that I'm not going to address Article 9 because Article 9 apparently has garnered everybody's approval, but I will address Article 10. Article 10 is bad policy as it is written. Regardless of the language changes that have been made, the truth of the matter is this article is simply not correctable. It's fatally flawed and unfortunately will bring us backwards, not forwards. And that's something we can ill afford to do. There's been a lot of talk about diversity and whether we are in favor of it, whether we're committed to it. I'm sure there were a number of you who were here about 3 years ago when I stood up at this podium and asked us to get rid of civil service for all but police and fire. And the reason I did that, and the reason I gave you then, was that civil service was an impediment to increasing diversity in our workforce. Luckily, that passed. And when it passed, we then had to go before the state legislature with the home rule petition and get that passed. And when we finally overcame that hurdle, we started increasing diversity in the town's workforce. No one has worked more indefatigably, no harder, and no more passionately than Sandra DeBow, our Human Resources Director for this town. And since then, diversity has increased in our workforce manyfold. So this isn't a matter of are you for or against diversity. This is an issue of how to best go about obtaining that goal. And unfortunately, what you've seen with Article 10 will not get us there. In fact, it will set us back. All of the things that are sought in Article 10 have been tried for the past 50 years and have failed. I'm sure you've all heard the axiom, and I'll be paraphrasing here, if you give a man a fish, he eats for an evening, but if you give him a way to fish, teach him how to do it, he eats for a lifetime. Well, that's exactly what Sandra DeBow has tried here, and is trying, and in fact, it will work. It will take time to do. We are not the State Department of Deval Patrick. We can't simply throw people out and have new people come in upper level management every time there's a change in government, the way he has. What we have to do is we have to do this through attrition, and it takes time to do that. Sandra DeBow has set up a training system for people, for all employees of this town, all people of all backgrounds, so that they can learn how to obtain promotions and work their way up to the top. That's systemic change. That's what we've been working to do, systemic change, not overnight change. There's no pixie dust, there's no magic bullet. You've heard about the Rooney Rule. I don't know how many of you are familiar with it. I'm very familiar with it. I go to all of the football games here, and Mr. Rooney was the owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Last year, there were more open positions, head coaching positions in the NFL than ever. How many people of color, how many people of any protected class were hired as head coaches? Not one. Not one. So that's no magic bullet. In fact, they're better off with that rule than we would be with that rule, because they at least have all of these coordinators who are out there and a qualified group of people to be potential head coaches. We don't have that kind of access to that kind of applicant pool.
You have 1 minute.
Diversity is more than just race. Our job as a Human Resources Board and the Human Resources Department is to protect all protected classes, not to create a two-tier system, not to favor one over another, but simply to protect all of them. And so we've created policies over time that do intertwine, and it takes time and consideration of all of those policies. You can't simply take one out. If you pull one thread out, a sleeve falls off. We have problems if we start doing that. In the year 2000, and I will wrap up, in the year 2000, our board was changed to the Human Resources Board. That wasn't done with a simple citizen's petition. That wasn't done by somebody drafting something and then changing it over and over again. That was done by going outside, paying an outside consultant to study it for over a year, and then coming back with a recommendation. And that recommendation was that the Human Resources Board would create policy along with the Human Resources Department that was consistent to protect all protected classes in this town. And that's what we
Please
tried to
conclude,
do.
Mr. Kernes.
I would ask that you refer Article 10, and if you don't, I ask that you vote it down. It is bad policy, and to allow it until the committee can study the issue would be a shame. Thank you.
Ms. Connors?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Patricia Connors, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 3. Minorities are significantly underrepresented in our town's workforce. Per the town's second annual report on workforce inclusion and diversity, dated April 9th, 2012, no minorities are found among the 25 town department and division heads. Page 41 of this annual report indicates that of 119 Brookline High School full-time classroom teachers, 2 are black, 3 are Hispanic, and 2 are Asian. Though the recent affirmative efforts of the schools, and in particular, Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources, Dr. Angela Allen, to improve these statistics are commendable. Page 37 of our town's second annual Workforce Diversity Report reveals that all 18 administrators and professionals with the fire department who earn more than $70,000 per year are white. A Brookline Police EEOP short form dated June 18, 2012 shows no people of color above the patrol officer rank. In other words, no minority sergeants, lieutenants, captains, superintendent, or chief in these 32 positions. On June 11, 1963, a little over 50 years ago, and 5 months before his assassination, President John F. Kennedy was forced to use the National Guard to ensure the safety of 2 black students entering the University of Alabama. That evening, in a television address, JFK announced his civil rights proposal asking Congress to enact legislation protecting all Americans' voting rights, legal standing, educational opportunities, and access to public facilities. The previous day, JFK had delivered a commencement speech at American University in which he said, "It is the responsibility of the executive branch at all levels of government, local, state, and national, to protect the freedom for all of our citizens by all means within their authority. And it is the responsibility of the legislative branch at all levels, wherever that authority is not now adequate, to make it adequate." Fast forward 50 years, and we are still looking at discrimination. Granted, a more subtle, less overt, and perhaps passive variation thereof, but nevertheless, one which results in the low numbers of people of color in our town workforce, particularly at the management level. Fellow town meeting members, now is our opportunity as our town's legislative body to make adequate the executive branch's authority to go beyond simply complying with non-discrimination laws and to actively pursue equal opportunity through a policy of affirmative action. If you pass Article 10, you will authorize our executive government, the then newly named Human Rights Commission, with the approval of the selectmen, to adopt and monitor policies based on the goals outlined in the petitioner's motion, to identify and eliminate discriminatory barriers in the workplace, identify, recruit, hire, develop, promote, and retain qualified employees who are members of underrepresented groups, and to ensure equal opportunity and to increase in all facets, terms, and conditions of town employment. Don't be fooled.
You have 1 minute.
By the bluster of those who claim that the passage of Article 10 will result in endless litigation. Article 10's language, setting forth the goals of our town's equal opportunity and affirmative action policies, is nearly identical to the language of Governor Patrick's Executive Order 526. And we heard on May 1st at the Diversity Forum that no party had successfully challenged the state's equal opportunity and affirmative action policies. In conclusion, let us exercise, not abdicate, our legislative authority and responsibility to protect the rights of all citizens in matters of town employment, and to begin the process not 1 year from now, but now. I urge you to vote yes on Article 9, no on referral of Article 10, and yes on the 2 petitioner motions found on the purple sheets under Article 10. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. And Dr. Vanderzeel, will you come forward, please?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bernard Green, Precinct 7. I was also a member of the Advisory Committee's subcommittee that considered Article 9 and 10. Let me say at the beginning that the subject matter of these 2 articles is very complex and very unnecessarily contentious. And I sort of agree with the moderator that we need to bring more light than heat to this discussion. And I think that, hopefully going forward we will. When the vote came before the Advisory Committee on Articles 9 and 10, I voted no against Article 9 and no against Article 10. My reason for voting against both articles was that they both try to work within a structure, the bylaw section 3.14, that in my view is incoherent. It's a jumble of separate and dissimilar responsibilities that range from affirmative action and EEO data gathering and reporting to cable ombudsman. Let me sort of digress for a second. I really agree with the underlying intent of Article 10, which, as I understand it, is to focus sharply on actively correcting the lack of diversity, particularly racial diversity, in the Brookline public workforce, particularly among top-level town employees. You know, that is the focus. All these other things are important, but not the focus. In my view, and I think that some of the proponents of Article 10 would agree with me, it's important to distinguish between equal opportunity non-discrimination, which is basically like stopping at a red light. It's what you're supposed to do. Matter of fact, it's the responsibility of the Human Resources Department and everyone within the hiring process. It's the law. It's really the sort of passive thing that you do to comply with what's right and what's the law. As distinct from affirmative action, and some people sort of shy away from the word, but why? I mean, any word that you come up with will be subject of demagoguery. But affirmative action, which requires sort of affirmative efforts, requires to go out of our way, take extra measures to reverse the effects of past discriminations and traditions of discrimination that continue into today's reality. And that was sort of the message that Lyndon Johnson gave at his talk at Howard University, where I think the first use of the word affirmative action in this context arose. You can't tell someone who, I think, paraphrasing him, who started at a race with his leg broken, that at the end of the race, he's equal to everyone else who's been running along fully healthy. I'm sure Lyndon Johnson was a little more articulate than that, but you get the idea. Affirmative action is conceptually different from equal opportunity, which is sort of passively not discriminating, passively being colorblind. And unless we really make that distinction, I think we sort of lose a lot of understanding of what we need to do to address the issue of diversity. Since my vote against both articles, there have been some helpful developments. First, the Board of Selectmen established the Selectmen's Committee on Diversity, Equal Employment Opportunities, and Affirmative Action. In full disclosure, I'm a member of that committee. Secondly, Article 9 was revised to include a sunset provision.
You have 1 minute, sir.
And third, Article 10, let me talk fast. Article 10 was voted by the Advisory Committee to be referred to the Selectmen's Committee, which will come back to town meeting for a vote. In light of these developments, I'm now comfortable recommending a vote for Article 9 with a sunset provision and a vote to refer Article 10 to the Selectmen's Committee. This is a very complex and contentious area, and I'm no expert. I urge members of town meeting to support the Selectmen's Committee's work and contribute their ideas and insights to the development of a plan to address these issues. In conclusion, I'd like to commend the words of Ron Marlowe, which I think provide a good context for these issues. The state's Assistant Secretary for Access and Opportunity at the town's Diversity Forum on May 1st. In his view, affirmative action is just a tool to craft a diverse community, which is one important step towards a community that values everyone and where everyone desires to and is able to contribute to the community's decision-making and well-being.
Please conclude.
And that's what this is all about. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Vanderzeel.
Good evening. I'm Cornelia Vanderzeel, from town meeting member from Precinct 15. When I moved to Brookline, to the Boston area about 29 years ago, I chose to live in Brookline because of its excellent schools and its safe neighborhoods. I actually picked my home in Brookline because of its proximity to a public library as well. Now, all these amenities are available, if you can call them that, in many other communities in the Boston area. But what set Brookline apart, in my mind, at that time, was its racial and ethnic diversity. I wanted my children to grow up aware of other cultures and races, as well as be exposed to a population diverse in socioeconomic terms. I hope that this exposure would help me raise compassionate children who would become compassionate adults, able to see the disparities in our culture and society, and be willing to work for social justice in the larger community. Over time, I've come to see that although Brookline does have a diverse student body in its public schools, it lacks racial diversity in its professional and administrative staffs. We all lose when we are not exposed to and therefore not aware of the potential of all of our citizens. We need the role models of competent adults in positions of power, adults who reflect the diversity of our community. What does it say to young people of all races when they do not see people of color in those positions? The power of example cannot be ignored or minimized. The main public discussion of Article 10 has revolved around workplace diversity, affirmative action, and equal employment opportunity. In other words, addressing what some might call human resources issues. But if we leave the conversation there, we would be missing the point raised by the petitioners of Article 10. The point I am referring to is the renaming of the Human Relations Youth Resources Commission to the Human Rights Commission. If we call this commission the Human Rights Commission, we would reaffirm the broader issues. To quote from a proposed affirmative action, equal employment opportunity policy of the town, this is proposed. The town of Brookline has the additional duty to assure that all its employees, citizens, vendors, and members of the general public are treated with dignity and respect in all of their duties and dealings with the town. These are lofty words, and we've heard words such as these before. They go far beyond the mandate of Human Resources Department. We need a strong Human Rights Commission composed of Brookline citizens to address the long-festering issues of discrimination in our town. We need an independent body that can deal with any issues of discrimination in the town, whether it is discrimination against an employee, a business person, a citizen, or a visitor to our town. An independent Human Rights Commission and commissioner reporting directly to the highest level of town administration will do just that. That brings me to the proposal to refer Article 10 to a Selectmen's Committee on Diversity. There's more to that name, but I'm not going to waste my time on that. Is this just another way to kick the can down the road, as we seem so fond of saying? Will this committee ask and attempt to answer the hard questions that we as a town have put off for too long and must face if we are ever to move closer to a more just and inclusive society? In addition, I find the composition of the committee curious. It seems to be made up mainly of attorneys. I would ask, why are none of the petitioners of Article 10 included? They have spent long hours considering the issues involved and likely have a perspective that could only assist and not hinder the deliberations. The issues raised by the petitioners of Article 10 seem to have been viewed by some as an affront and have raised uncomfortable feelings. This has led to what I have felt initially was a contentious atmosphere. This seems to have abated as the two sides, if we can really call them sides, because we're both working for the same thing, have taken the time to talk with each other. It is only through respectful dialogue that we can synthesize diversity of views into an agreement of how to proceed. That being said, if the town approves the referral to committee, I feel that there needs to be a clearly delineated endpoint to the committee's work so that next fall or spring we are not still left wondering what the committee proposes. If town meeting does decide to refer this important issue to a committee for further study, and while we await their deliberations, we need to see that the current Human Relations Youth Resources Commission and its Diversity Committee are fully staffed with volunteers, i.e. that all vacancies are filled immediately, not at some arbitrary and unnamed date in the future. We have work to do, and we need to get started now on the long overdue endeavor for the sake of ourselves, our children, and our town. In conclusion, I encourage you to vote yes on Article 9, no on referral to a committee, and yes on Article 10. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spiegel. I've already called Mr. Spiegel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Stanley Spiegel from Precinct 2. There's been a false dichotomy presented here as if Article 10, if passed, will guarantee us an affirmative action policy, and Article 10, if referred in the language of the advisory committee, which explicitly calls for the selectmen in conjunction with their appointed committee to produce an affirmative action policy, which has been unanimously endorsed by the Board of Selectmen, will not produce that result as well. The selectmen are on board with the referral motion. there will be an affirmative action policy, and it will not be promulgated overnight in either case. The question is, we want to get the right policy. Now, I understand that the petitioners of Article 10, the commission petitioners, believe that they or their commission should have the leading and primary role in putting forward this policy. Can't blame them for believing in it. They believe in themselves, and that's good. But they don't have a corner on wisdom or on practicality in this matter. They're not the only smart people in town. One could fairly ask, why isn't representation from the legal department involved in setting policy or advocating policy? How about the HR board in setting policy? How about the department heads? They're the ones who really will have to implement the policy. Why shouldn't they be involved in putting forward a policy that is something that they can work with and accomplish? These people belong on the table every bit as well, at the table I should say, every bit as well, in my view, as the Human Relations Commission is. But of course it's not my call. I'm simply saying it's an open question. Why is it structured the way it is? Is this the best model for the town? That's why, as Selectman Wyszynski suggested, we have blue ribbon commissions of experts who, in a non-combative fashion, without an immediately looming timetable, but one that lasts for several months, can look at not only Article 10, because it's not, if it gets referred, it's not Article 10 versus the world. It's a matter of looking at various options. One thing presented to me just a bit ago was that in some models, in the commercial sector, you have two different bodies. One looks at hiring practices and outreach, affirmative action. The other looks at fair employment practices for those already employed. And that's a reasonable model. The concepts both involve fairness, but they involve different skill sets, different knowledge, different rules, and so on. So my question to you and my concern about Article 10 is that while the biggest advocates for Article 10 are indeed its petitioners, I haven't heard yet from any other board which has taken time to look at it, and that includes the Advisory Committee, which voted 23-2 for referral, the Board of Selectmen, which voted unanimously for referral, the Committee on Title, Organization, and Structure, Dr. Dick Leary did not mention this, but they voted 4-1 for referral. The Human Resources Board did not favor this as well. You heard their chair speaking. They have different views, or at least have enough concern so that this has not been widely embraced, except by those who put it forward. Now, I understand, again, the goodwill and the intelligence of those who put it forward, but I would suggest to you that in order to arrive at something which is the optimal result for this town, we don't want to simply take the word of proponents, but we want to have what they put forward analyzed, examined, adjudicated, evaluated, synthesized with other points of view, and come out with something which will work and which we'll really be proud of. That's what we did with financial practices. That's what Brookline should do. The people,
1 minute.
Thank you, sir. The people on that board or on my committee or on the other boards I named, these are not bigoted people. These are not people who are blind or deaf or uninterested in diversity. These are good, decent people, as good and as decent as the people who put forward Article 10. It has to be looked at, I think, more calmly, more deliberatively, in order to get an optimal result, because that's what we all want. Not only the petitioners of Article 10, but the rest. If their plan is as good as they think it is, it's going to come out of that with flying colors. If it can be approved on, one would hope that that will be the result, and if a different model altogether emerges, they and we should all rejoice in the fact that we've gotten an even better job. So I urge referral of Article 10, and then we can come back, presumably in 1 year's time, I would believe, with something that we can vote on and adopt for the town in the interest of diversity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, I think that everything that can be said about this issue has probably been said, although perhaps not by all who wish to say it. So I will accept the motion for the question. Is there a second? It requires a 2/3 vote in order to terminate debate. I have the following speakers, signed up in favor of the, on the side of the petitioners in Article 10, Mr. Margolis, Mr. Fisher, Ms. Gilman, and Marilise. On the in favor of referral, I have Mr. Bassett and Mr. Bors. On the motion for the question, those in favor, please raise your hands. Those opposed, motion carries by a 2/3 vote. We will first vote on the motion under Article 9, which is on page 9-5 through 9-9. Those in favor, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Well. Okay, the motion carries by a vote of 200 to 1. We now reach Article 10, and the procedure is as follows. Yes, Mr. Fisher.
I call for a recorded vote on Article 10.
On the motion to refer.
Thank you.
Okay. We will vote first on the motion to refer. It takes a majority vote, and if that vote is successful, that is, if the motion to refer is passed, that will conclude our proceedings under Article 10. If the motion to refer is defeated, we will get to the petitioner's 2 motions on the Lavender supplement.
I would ask for
If there are, what's that, Mr. Fisher?
Thank you. Could I ask for a recorded vote on all 3? Should we get to them?
Well, let's do the referral vote first. If there are 35 town meeting members who wish a recorded vote on the motion to refer, we'll have one. Please stand if you favor the recorded vote on this motion. And there are 35 members, so we will have a recorded vote. The title is Article 10 Referral. I'm not going to review the procedures, but the one thing to bear in mind is that only the second row of buttons labeled 1, 2, and 3 work. You can press the others to your heart's content and nothing will happen. Okay, we are voting on the motion to refer. Those in favor will press 1. Those opposed will press 2. Yep. Okay, with those in favor of the motion to refer, please stand and press 1. You may be seated. Those opposed to the motion to refer, please stand and press 2. You may be seated. Those abstaining, press 3. You can change your vote at any time before we run out of the 40-second period. Motion to refer is passed by a vote of 144 in favor, 61 opposed, and 3 abstentions. We now proceed to Article 11. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I commend all of you who prepared your presentations for this debate. They were of a very singularly high quality. Article 11. The motion offered by the petitioner under Article 11 is found on page 11-1. Move that the town amend the general bylaws, section 3.4.6, relating to town meeting resolution notices. Moved by Ms. Connors, seconded by Mr. Bors. Ms. Connors?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Patricia Connors, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 3. Our town clerk and his able staff are responsible for many important functions of our town government, such as elections, administering all federal, state, and local elections, which include supervising and instructing over 200 election workers, maintaining the voting machines, and certifying the election results. Voter registration, maintaining the register of voters for the town and keeping these records current. The certification of nomination papers and referendum and initiative petitions. Also, our town clerk serves as secretary to the Board of Registrar of Voters. Public records, recording and certifying town meeting actions, notification to the Attorney General and the Department of Revenue of town meeting actions, certifying various documents, maintaining the general bylaws, performing oaths of office, recording and certifying all births, deaths, and marriages, marrying people, licensing dogs, issuing business certificates, and staffing the Zoning Board of Appeals. And one very important duty of our town clerk is to communicate the political sentiment of town meeting to the larger world as called for in certain town meeting resolutions. Later on during this town meeting, we'll vote on an example of this type of resolution with Article 23. Article 11 is a housekeeping warrant article which clarifies that if a town meeting resolution requires notice to be sent, then unless otherwise specified, the town clerk shall be the designated person to send the notice, and that the notice will be mailed within 30 days after the dissolution of town meeting. Our town clerk, town council, and town moderator all graciously collaborated on the language, on the drafting of the language for this article, and the Town Meeting Members Association endorses it. I respectfully ask you to vote favorable action on Article 11.
Thank you, Mr. Wachinski.
Neil Washinsky for the Board of Selectmen. We too believe this is a good clarification, so we urge you to vote for it.
Mr. Bors?
To use the words, Harry Bors speaking for the advisory committee, to use the words of our own town clerk, this will clear up procedural ambiguity, and the advisory committee unanimously recommends favorable action.
On the motion on page 11-1, those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. Article 12. Motion offered under Article 12 is again that of the petitioner on page 12-2. Town amend the general bylaws, Article 4.8, in the manner that she will explain to you. Moved by Ms. Connors, seconded by Mr. Bors. Ms. Connors.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Today's Patricia Connors, Precinct 3. Today's Brookline tab covers the recently presented Brookline Community Foundation report, Understanding Brookline, which reveals that our town's poverty rate has increased from 9.3 to 13.1%. Urban planner, town meeting member, and researcher of the report, Linda Pelkey, states in the report, quote, middle income wages have remained stagnant or declined, while the cost of housing, transportation, health care, food, heat, child care, and other necessities have increased. Presently, the federal minimum wage is $7.25 per hour. The Massachusetts minimum wage, $8 per hour. President Obama is calling for a $9 federal minimum wage, while Democrats in Congress want it raised to $10 per hour. Senator Elizabeth Warren, at a Senate hearing in March, reported from a study which maintained that had the federal minimum wage kept up with increased rates in worker productivity since 1960, the federal minimum wage today would have stood at nearly $22 per hour. The living wage rate is the hourly rate it takes to support a basic household and can vary widely from location to location. Needless to say, this rate increases each year. An Alliance for Justice report indicates that for a single adult, The living wage rate is $14.32 per hour in Idaho, but $22.10 per hour in New York City. Back in 2001, town meeting had the foresight to strongly support the enactment of a living wage bylaw for our town employees, so that beginning in 2002, town employees, with a few exceptions, would be paid at least $10.30 per hour. This wage rate is adjusted each year so that it presently stands at $12.61 per hour. In 2005, town meeting amended this bylaw upon the petition of the Brookline High School group Student Action for Justice in Education, so that town service contractors would be required to pay at least the Brookline living wage rate to their employees. Additionally, the living wage bylaw requires that our town pay employees exempted from the living wage rate, such as seasonal employees and junior library pages, a town minimum wage rate in the amount of the state minimum wage plus $1. The state minimum wage rate increases periodically, so that currently the town minimum wage rate is $9 per hour. The living wage bylaw mandates the town to post notices about the bylaw, including the current town living wage and minimum wage rates, in conspicuous locations in town buildings. The legislative intent of this requirement was both to facilitate employees' ability to obtain this information and to publicly set an example to private employers of what our town considers to be decent living wage and minimum wage rates in Brookline. Article 12 asks that the living wage bylaw be amended now so that its information is readily accessible via conspicuous link on the home web pages of relevant departments on our town's website, such as those of the Human Resources and Procurement departments. And I'm pleased to report that such a conspicuous blue and white link is now up and running. Thank you to our town employees for getting this job done. The purpose of this amendment is to ensure maximum public access to current living wage and minimum wage rate information. I respectfully ask you to vote favorable action on Article 12. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bors.
Good evening, Harry Bors, speaking on behalf of the Advisory Committee. Warrant article amends an existing bylaw with regard to notification of the living wage bylaw. We now specify the manner and means by which our employees are made aware of this bylaw. This would further specify how that's done specifically in regards to our town website. Currently, Human Resources provides each employee with a fact sheet. They also post the living wage bylaw in all town buildings where an employee may enter, and they also post this information on the web page, as does our purchasing department. The solutions that this article seeks do already exist, but they may not be that clear, and as we all know, trying to navigate a web page is not always that intuitive. So when we had conversations with the different departments and the petitioners, everyone agreed that improving the presentation can only benefit our employees and our contractors, and so that's where the idea of coming up with a common icon that could be on a front page would be put in place. No matter where you clicked on it, it would take you to the same place. The article itself amends the current language and specifies that there will be, quote, link such notices conspicuously on the home page of the town. As well, there's another small addition in here that refers to grievances within the school going to, right now, the assistant superintendent, and that becomes the assistant superintendent for human resources or such other person with similar authority or duties. Over time, people change, positions change, memories fade, so it's nice to embed these things into the bylaw. I will tell you the irony here, though, is I've always envisioned myself someday as a grandfather at Thanksgiving and one of my grandchildren over the table saying, "Hey, Granddad, what was a website anyway?" But be that as it may, we think this is a fine addition to the existing bylaw, and we unanimously recommend favorable action.
Thank you, Ms. Daly. Do you wish to add anything? Board of Selectmen agrees. Thank you. On the motion on page 12-2, those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. Article 13. The motion offered under Article 13 begins in the middle of page 13-7 over to page 13-10, moved by Mr. Benka, seconded by Ms. Stringham. Ms. Stringham. That doesn't sound like a cell phone, but...
Hang on. Mark, hang on. Wow. You're in for a non-surprise now. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Okay, here we go. But let me say a few things. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jean Stringham, town meeting member from Precinct 3. This is a warrant article, a citizen's petition from Dick Benka and myself to amend and strengthen the current bylaw 7.6 that dates back to the 1990s. So now we have a very short slideshow for you. Mark. One more. Okay. Do we have that last
the
one?
wonders of modern technology.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So yeah, I think you've got the picture there. So the subject of news racks came up a year ago at the Coolidge Corners South Side Neighborhood Association meeting with leaders from the Economic Development Advisory Board, EDAB. Paul Sainer, Ann Myers, and Kara Bruton came to our neighborhood meeting, which was also attended by the North Brookline neighbors, to discuss Coolidge Corner. Residents expressed their unhappiness with the number and poor conditions of the news racks. Subsequently, I started working with Dick Benka on this issue because he too was concerned with the problem. In writing this bylaw, Dick Benka and I appreciate the cooperation and help from DPW Commissioner Andrew Papasturgeon and his staff, and also from Town Council. Warrant Article 13 has been endorsed by EDAB, the Economic Development Advisory Board, and the Brookline Chamber of Commerce, and the Board of the Brookline Green Space Alliance. Since last year, we've seen the number of news racks decrease from 191 from 25 companies to 138 boxes from 22 companies. In Coolidge Corner last October, I counted 52 news boxes, of which 38 or 74% were in bad condition. You just saw some. Graffiti, broken, filled with trash. This week, the good news, this week I counted only 25 news boxes with only 8 in bad condition as compared to 38 last October. So this is very good progress. Passing this warrant article will allow our Department of Public Works to continue making progress monitoring the news boxes through enforcement of a stronger bylaw. Now Dick will tell you some of the specifics of the warrant article. Thank you.
Mr. Benka.
Thank you. Dick Benka, speaking as a citizen petitioner and also for a unanimous Board of Selectmen. This is a bylaw change that is long overdue. Jean has already thanked Town Council for her help on the legal issues, and DPW Commissioner Papasturgeon for his help and input on the practicalities. I'd like to also thank Jean, and her photos graphically demonstrate the need to deal with news racks that are derelict and in disrepair. And tonight you've seen about a half a dozen of the photos of the 100 or so that landed in my inbox, thanks to Jean. So And I also do want to mention Bob Kramer. He's a former planning board member who many of you know and respect, perhaps even as much as you respect Bob Sperber. Bob Kramer has kept prodding me over the years to do something about the condition of news boxes. So, Bob, here we go. One fact became clear when I dug into this. We're laboring under an unwieldy enforcement mechanism, but it is one that can be fixed. We have one news rack permit inspector in the DPW, and he has multiple other responsibilities in addition to news racks. This article is all about rationalizing the enforcement mechanism so that the inspector and DPW can do their job. We've already switched, as Gene noted, to larger color-coded permit stickers. This was the old one, and this is the new one. Much like the permit stickers that you have on your automobile that can be viewed from a distance and that will be color-coded year by year so that we can tell whether an up-to-date permit is in place or not. But even with that change, we still have problems under our current bylaw. Under our current bylaw, a news rack owner can put a box out on the street without any permit at all for a period of 2 months. With the change, we'll require a permit before a news rack can be put out on the street, just like Boston, Medford, Somerville, Salem, and Revere do now. The article also will simplify the permitting system. Permits will issue on a calendar year basis so that the inspector will not have to deal with staggered renewal times. News racks can be removed if permits aren't renewed in timely fashion. News racks must be in good condition before the inspector will affix the yearly permit, ensuring that news racks will at least start each calendar year in good condition. All outstanding fees and fines will have to be paid before renewal. The article also simplifies and clarifies the enforcement process. It articulates standards of repair and condition. Notices can be sent by electronic mail. Delays in enforcement are eliminated. Under the current bylaw, when there's a violation, the news rack owner is given 2 notices and 1 1/2 months before the news rack can be removed, during which time the offending news rack can remain on our streets. This article changes that to a single 14-day period, a period that is more generous than Medford, Somerville, Salem, Boston, and Revere, which range between 3 and 10 days. Last but not least, this bylaw makes clear that graffiti must either be removed or at least covered with a color that matches the news rack. It cannot simply be sprayed over with black paint, which has become the ugly expediency for news rack owners.
Is this part of your presentation, Mr. Becker?
It is indeed.
Okay.
The fix, the cure, has been worse than the disease. This article makes sensible and long overdue updates to our news rack bylaw. Thank you for listening, and let me thank Mark Vanderzee in the back, who is our expert, our visual and our sound expert. He's a technical director and a teacher in the Brookline High School drama department, and he actually had the good, the bad, and the ugly sound tape for us. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jonas.
I was trying to think of what song I could sing that could keep up with that, but you wouldn't want to hear me sing anyways. So I'm Elisa Jonas, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Advisory Committee in support of the article. It's a citizen's petition, as Gene Stringham has mentioned, and it proposes changes to the town's regulation of news racks located on public streets. As you've already heard, the article addresses problems with a widespread disrepair, both by providing more specific standards for proper maintenance and by strengthening and streamlining enforcement tools. I'm not going to go over the details of the proposed changes. They were ably presented by Dick Benka, but I do want to summarize the reasons for the support of the article by the Advisory Committee. First of all, the poor maintenance of news racks has been an ongoing concern in local neighborhoods for quite a while. And while, apparently, since January of this year, as Gene Stringham mentioned, the news rack upkeep has improved, partly due to administrative changes and
partly due to our friend the internet, since people have been reporting news racks to Brook Online, problems nonetheless remain, and the current bylaw has poorly defined standards of appropriate upkeep and poor enforcement procedures. With regard to the requirement that news racks be maintained, quote, in good repair and clean and safe condition, the article's specific guidelines will provide more clearly defined expectations for news rack owners and make it easier for inspectors to enforce. The advisory committee also agrees with petitioners that the current compliance period of 10 business days plus 30 days is cumbersome, and that a straightforward 14-day compliance period is an improvement that simplifies enforcement as well. A 14-day period also does not appear particularly burdensome, especially in light of the fact that it is more lenient than the 10-day period provided by other communities. One advisory committee member did express some freedom of speech concerns. He was concerned that the more stringent requirements for upkeep would make it more difficult for small newspapers that express unpopular views and keep getting sprayed over with graffiti. The majority of the advisory committee, however, did not feel that the need to maintain news racks under the new guidelines would create an undue burden. The regulation is content neutral and all publishers are treated equally. Questions were raised by the advisory committee as to whether the bylaw applies to advertising publications, which it does, and whether it applies to news racks located on private property, which it does not. Overall, the advisory committee believes that the changes proposed by this article do a good job of addressing the deficiencies in the current bylaw and will bring Brookline's regulation more in line with those of the state's other municipalities. And our support is buttressed by the fact that the regulations have been endorsed by the Brookline Chamber of Commerce and the Economic Development Advisory Board, and the fact that the town's 5-year economic development plan recommends even more stringent regulation. The owners of news racks, moreover, were all notified of the proposed changes, and none of these entities expressed any indication of concern. And the Department of Public Works, which is to administer these new guidelines, actually collaborated with the petitioners in writing the warrant article. So by a vote of 18 in favor, 1 opposed, and 2 abstentions, the advisory committee recommends favorable action on Article 13 as voted by the selectmen.
Thank you, Ms. Jonas. On the motion on page 13-7, those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. Article 14. The motion under Article 14 is on page 14-5. It's an amendment of the town bylaw relating to disorderly behavior. It's moved by Mr. Spiegel, seconded by Ms. Khan. Ms. Khan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Janice Kahn, town meeting member from Precinct 15, speaking for the advisory committee. Warrant Article 14 is a citizen's petition that seeks to focus the attention of our enforcement agencies on the problem of excessive noise created by people in the public way, disturbing the peace and quiet of residents in their homes. The petitioners, both North Brookline residents, have been dealing with an ongoing problem of so-called party buses, in which groups of students come back from a night of partying on these buses in the wee hours of the morning and continue to party outside in the streets. And this has been a real problem for people living in the area. We heard from residents who said, well, if it was a once or twice or 3 times a year problem, no big deal, but this is a once, twice, or 3 times a week problem, and so it is indeed a problem. So this warrant article, the impetus, while this impetus for this warrant article is related to the noise created by partying students, the warrant article seeks a change in the town's disorderly behavior bylaw, which more broadly addresses the quality of life of residents throughout the town. Issues of excessive late night noise on public ways is not an issue exclusive to this neighborhood. It has a two-pronged approach to dealing with the problem. One, it amends Article 8.5 of the town's general bylaws, which deals with disorderly behavior, by adding specific language to clarify what excessive noise in this context means, namely that it, quote unquote, disturbs the peace and quiet enjoyment of any residential premises. And secondly, it amends Article 10.3, which deals with non-criminal disposition of infractions by adding a new section, creating a specific penalty of $100 for a violation of the bylaw. The nuisance article passed by town meeting in May of 2011 dealt with noise emanating from a residence or private property that created a public disturbance. Infractions in that case could be dealt directly with landlords or owners of the property. It did not, however, deal with disturbances in the public way, our streets, and that's the focus of this warrant article. The amendments proposed under warrant Article 14, while not directed at students, would give police another tool to use when students are involved. Currently, any non-criminal violation of the town's bylaws may result in a $50 fine, unless specified otherwise. The increased fine from $50 to $100 specified in this warrant article will hopefully act as an incentive to reduce the incidence of excessive on-street noise. There are students from a number of institutions living in Brookline, primarily North Brookline. Not all institutions are actively engaged in monitoring the behavior of those students. However, the Brookline Police Department has been working successfully with BU's Office of Government and Community Affairs to reduce the incidence of loud parties in North Brookline. Both Brookline Chief of Police Daniel O'Leary and Meredith Mooney, a representative from BU, have voiced their support for this warrant article, as have residents from various sections of the town. The petitioners also noted a Scrivener's error in the existing town bylaw and decided to correct that error at the same time as amending the article by changing the word course, C-O-U-R-S-E, in section 8.5.1 to the word coarse, C-O-A-R-S-E, as in the phrase offensively coarse utterance. That correction led to a closer look at the language of the town's bylaw and the potential problem of unconstitutional language. A look at the language of the entire article, however, is beyond the scope of warrant Article 14 and is not before this town meeting. The petitioners are not concerned about the content of the language offensive, just the volume at which it is said. And so by a vote of 22 in favor, none against, and 1 abstention, the advisory committee recommends favorable action on warrant Article 14.
Mr. Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Marty Rosenthal, Precinct 9 and co-chair of Brookline PACS. I have a very brief comment and a question which I hope you'll address to Jennifer DePazzo-Gilbert, Town Council. I'm supporting this article, as is Brookline PACS, because it adds a non-criminal option, which I do favor, and we do favor. We do believe, and I certainly believe, that the existing bylaw, as well as what we're voting for tonight, contains numerous language issues which present especially First Amendment issues and are not in sync with more recent case law on both disorderly conduct and disturbing the peace. I actually have a personal history with disturbing the peace because I litigated that statute in 1976, Commonwealth versus David Orlando, if you want to look it up. But so my question is, I've asked Ms. DePazzo-Gilbert if she's willing to look at the existing bylaw as well as what we're passing tonight in the next few months to look towards cleaning it up with the help of some outside so-called experts, if not a blue ribbon commission.
Yes or no. You can answer yes or no.
Jennifer DePazzo-Gilbert, yes, we've already started to look at it and will continue to do so, and absolutely need to come back and change the language so that it's in line with the current case law.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and Ms. Gilbert.
Thank you. Mr. Goldstein. Ms. Khan said it all. Mr. Spiegel. Apparently not quite all.
Stanley Spiegel from Precinct 2. I'm here to speak in favor of referral. No, wait, that was a different article. I'm sorry. Wrong article. No, I just wanted to point out that the thrust of this article was to focus the town's attention on the fact that this street noise, not only from students, is not directed at students, it's directed at anybody who was walking down the street at 2 in the morning, indulging in loud conversation, I don't care about the content, such that people are awakened at night, can't get to sleep, can't enjoy their home. So although we've heard students being singled out, maybe a lot of the offenders are students, but it's directed, it could be young folks, could be elderly people, if they're the ones who are doing it. The idea is to both focus the town's attention on it, provide explicitly a non-criminal way of dealing with it so that the offender does not get stuck with a criminal record for a disturbance of the peace misdemeanor, but in fact pays a fine which will be up to $100 from $50. The other thing to mention is that the questionable constitutional language is in there now. It will be in there whether Article 14 passes or not. It cannot be altered at this town meeting. When Nancy Heller and I put this forward, as we are the co-petitioners, we were looking to add helpful language. We weren't really looking at the bylaw with an idea to do surgery on existing language. In retrospect, it would have been helpful had we had that foresight. In any case, I do hope for a resounding vote of town meeting in support of this, to bring it to the attention not only of the entire community, including the enforcement agencies, the police, that this town meeting and this town needs to take care of this pressing issue. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Ms. Bernard.
Lauren Bernard, Precinct 8. I have one question. Who charters these party buses?
I'm sorry?
Who charters these party buses? I mean, the buses, you say buses, I mean, are they chartered by BU, or are they chartered? I mean, the buses are not obviously public buses. They're not, MBTA buses.
Beats me.
Well, I think it's
Spiegel?
important because but who's hired them?
Ms. Khan?
Yes, I can clarify a little bit. These are buses actually hired by the students, and when the representative from BU came to the advisory committee public hearing, she said that BU supports this article because they have expectations of proper decorum on the parts of their students as well.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jonathan Lewis, Precinct 7. Follow-up question to what Mr. Rosenthal was saying, or was asking. This might be for Town Council. Regarding protesters specifically, a specific example is near my residence on Harvard Street. The Women's Health Clinic has daily protesters where I can hear them from within my unit and other units in our building. I'm curious if the way the bylaw is crafted now, or with what we're being asked to approve this evening, it is approved that protesters could speak loudly enough, or is that something that would not be approved?
Ms. Gilbert?
Jennifer DePazzo Gilbert. So I've had a discussion with Sarah Wunsch from the ACLU. We've communicated, and I've communicated with Chief O'Leary. So political expression and so forth and protected First Amendment speech cannot be enforced through this bylaw.
Thank you. Dr. Vitolo?
Mr. Moderator, I noticed.
Who are you?
I am Dr. Vitolo, Tommy Vitolo,
Well, that's what I thought.
Precinct 1. I noticed that that a violation of these provisions may be dealt with as a non-criminal disposition. It seems to me that perhaps they may also not, and that discretion would fall to someone. I wonder if that someone or his or her representative might help us understand under what circumstances it might become criminal and what circumstances it might be judged non-criminal.
Ms. DePazzo Gilbert.
Jennifer Gilbert, so that is a question really for the Chief of Police, and he does have trainings. I believe that what's attempted first is a warning. If the conduct gets out of hand, it could be handled either way. It's in the discretion of the police officer, and I know that the Chief was here and that he does have training.
Yeah, let's hear from the Chief.
Oh, there he is. Thanks.
Question is, under what circumstances would you treat a violation of this bylaw as a criminal offense? I believe. Is that correct?
That is correct. Dan O'Leary, the Chief of Police. The circumstances that we treat it as a criminal offense is when it won't end
based on a conversation with the individual and the issuance of a ticket. At that point, we have the option to go under the criminal route, the criminal statute for disorderly conduct, and take that person into custody.
Thank you.
Ms. Frawley?
Thank you. Regina Frawley, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 16. I am a little confused. At first I thought this warrant article was a substitute for the existing bylaw, but it sounds like it doesn't obviate the possibility of a criminal charge. Is that correct?
Yeah, it amends the existing bylaw.
Okay, and as I heard only part of what you said because I didn't hear a lot, but it sounds like there could be circumstances such as violent behavior or verbal violent behavior at town hall that could be treated as assault or criminal.
Well,
Jennifer Gilbert, Town Council. So depending on the facts, depending on the circumstances, it leaves the option open under this particular bylaw for non-criminal or criminal disposition.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Gladstone.
Thank you. Scott Gladstone from Precinct 16. I was just downstairs getting a cookie, and I didn't realize this, but Brookline Access Television is doing the same thing that The Bachelor does, where people can tweet in and they put the tweets underneath the speaker, and it's really great, actually. I wish they would put that up here. Maybe we should all be on our phones. But the point I saw that was tweeted, which I'm getting to my point, is so if my baby is crying and disturbs the peace of the residents next door, is that going to be an enforceable action under this bylaw? And I thought that was a good question, so I'm retweeting it.
Chief O'Leary?
Dan O'Leary, the Chief of Police again. I think that we can differentiate between when we should take an enforcement action that would result in a criminal arrest or prosecution and something like a crying baby. So I understand, but
even a civil fine might be a little bit, over the top in that.
Well, I call your attention to the title of this section of the bylaws, disorderly behavior. I don't think a crying child is disorderly behavior.
Oh, how long ago did you have small children, Mr. Moderator?
I'm working on great grandchildren. Mr. Benka?
Dick Benka, Board of Selectmen. Just to clarify, it is my understanding that now, under our current bylaw, we do not have the option of a non-criminal prosecution. We only have the option of a criminal. So if you are concerned about a criminal prosecution being used in this sort of circumstance, you would favor this bylaw change because we do not have a non-criminal option now. This would add to the options that are available to the police.
That's correct, Mr. Benka. I don't think he... yes, ma'am.
Much shorter. Shauna Giora-Gorfine, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 11. I just wanted to clarify, I'm the person who tweeted the question in jest, and I actually was wondering whether one could report one's own newborn for disturbing one's own residential peace. It's not that far in my past. Doesn't even.
I think we'll take that as a rhetorical comment. On the motion on pages 14-5 to over to 14-6, those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries again unanimously. Article 15. The motion is found on page 15-4 to amend the zoning bylaw in a manner that your speakers will explain to you. Moved by Mr. Benka, seconded by Mr. Selwyn. Mr. Benka. This requires a 2/3 vote.
Thank you. Dick Benka speaking as chair of the Zoning Bylaw Review Committee and also for a unanimous Board of Selectmen. One of the tools that Brookline uses to control the bulk of buildings, in addition to setback requirements and height limits, is floor area ratio. That is the ratio of the gross floor area of a building to the square footage of the lot on which that building sits. Until 2007, the measured gross floor area under our zoning bylaw of a building with an 8-foot high ceiling was identical to that of a building with 15-foot high ceilings and the same footprint, despite the fact that the latter building would present almost twice the volume or the bulk to abutters. A moderators committee that I chaired, and which included 2 current members of the planning board and another current town meeting member, considered this issue. The focus of our concern, and the focus of the concern in the town at the time, was bloated McMansions with high atrium or cathedral ceilings out of balance in single and 2-family neighborhoods with other buildings of more traditional scale. As a result, and on our recommendation, town meeting in 2007 amended the definition of gross floor area measurement to include a multiplier for ceiling heights greater than 12 feet. Thus, for example, the calculated gross floor area under a 15-foot high ceiling would be increased by 3/12 or 25% to account for that 3 feet over the 12-foot cutoff. And that, we felt, would account for the greater bulk of the building. The way that the bylaw change was crafted applied generally across the board to all buildings. Recent experience, however, suggests that it would be appropriate to limit this multiplier to single and 2-family homes, focusing explicitly on the original area of concern. For example, the 12-foot multiplier is inconsistent with a school gymnasium, or a school auditorium, or with a worship space. And thus we've seen the Dover Amendment invoked in both the Runkle School renovation project and the Fisher Hill Mormon Church case. The 12-foot multiplier would also be inconsistent with theater use, and thus could adversely impact the Coolidge Corner Theater expansion that you'll be considering later in this town meeting. While the proposed change in Article 15 could potentially allow more volume in commercial and multifamily buildings, the building envelope for such structures would still be controlled by setback and height limitations, and given the economics of commercial development, it's unlikely that a developer would unnecessarily increase floor heights. In fact, the existing multiplier could theoretically lead to worse design by encouraging an anomalous design for a building on a block where abutting commercial or multifamily buildings had higher first-floor lobbies. As a result, the Board of Selectmen unanimously recommends favorable action on Article 15. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Selwyn.
Lee Selwyn, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 13, speaking for the Advisory Committee. I think that Dick has explained the justification for this article quite well, and I really don't need to add anything. We viewed this as essentially a technical correction to the existing bylaw, and recognize that in the case of commercial buildings with setback and height restrictions, the FAR was not as important as encouraging good design, and as a result, we support this article by a vote of 21 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 abstention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zerillo.
Mark Zerillo, Chairman of the Planning Board. I would say that the Planning Board is unanimously and recommended favorable action on Article 15. This amendment would allow for flexibility in the design of new multifamily and non-residential buildings, enabling them to be designed appropriately for their intended uses without being penalized for utilizing higher ceilings. The town benefits as a whole when it encourages creative and attractive building design, and this amendment would further that effort. So the board unanimously favors favorable action on Article 15. Thank you.
Thank you. On the motion on page 15-4, those in favor, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Motion carries by a vote of 178 to 1. Article 16. Motion is on page 16-9 relating to the amendment of the zoning bylaw concerning lodging houses. Moved by Mr. Lynn Jones, seconded by Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Lynn Jones.
I'm Sean Lynn Jones, Precinct 1, speaking for the Advisory Committee. And first, Mr. Moderator, I'd like to point out that my comments on Article 16 are based not on personal experience, but on research, analysis, and public input, just like my comments on Article 17. Article 16 deals with lodging houses, and there are many lodging houses in Brookline housing hundreds of Brookline residents. It does basically two things. It allows lodging houses to have rooms in which there are cooking facilities, as opposed to shared cooking facilities down the hall. And it only allows cooking facilities in the rooms at lodging houses if the units in such lodging houses are all affordable, with a deed restriction. And second, it requires that all lodging houses be licensed. Currently, there's a category of unlicensed lodging houses. This article would remove that category entirely. And the selectmen would be the licensing authority. And they have indeed been revising their licensing regulations for lodging houses, and I'm sure they'll say more about that. Why would we want to adopt this zoning bylaw amendments? The first and primary reason is that it would enhance the quality of life for the residents of lodging houses. When you have a cooking facility in your own room, you don't have to share that facility or share a refrigerator. You can prepare your own food. You avoid disputes with other residents or waiting to use facilities. You can control your diet and your food budget, and overall this leads to a better quality of life. And operators of lodging houses, such as the Pine Street Inn, report that this is a very popular arrangement, and there are many more people who would like to live in lodging houses which have in-room cooking facilities. Second, this is now very much in vogue among the whole lodging house community. And the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is giving more priority to supporting subsidizing affordable units in lodging houses that do have in-room cooking facilities. And to the extent that we'd like to take advantage of those funds to preserve lodging houses in Brookline, particularly those that could be operated by a nonprofit organization, we can take advantage of this funding stream more if we allow in-room cooking facilities. Now, I want to make a couple of comments about the requirement that the units be affordable. This was not originally in the zoning amendment, but when the zoning bylaw committee considered it, it was concerned that commercial developers might take advantage of this provision to essentially create micro apartments that were technically lodging houses, but actually operated very much as for-profit small apartments. And in doing so, they could avoid the parking requirements that are in the bylaw, because the parking requirements are much, much lower for lodging houses. Therefore, we thought we would require that they would only be, the cooking facilities would only be allowed in affordable lodging houses that are entirely affordable units, removing that incentive to circumvent the parking requirement. And we also weren't sure whether the developers would be able to successfully circumvent that parking requirement by taking advantage of this amendment, but we wanted to ensure that they wouldn't. We also thought it was a good public policy to make these units affordable and therefore increase or preserve the supply of affordable housing in Brookline. And there's also a quirk in the zoning bylaw that makes bed and breakfasts lodging houses technically, and we really didn't want to encourage in-room cooking facilities by short-term guests for the use of short-term guests in bed and breakfasts.
You have 1 minute.
Now, what the zoning amendment doesn't do also needs to be made clear. It doesn't expand the areas in Brookline where lodging houses may operate. They still would be confined to certain zoning districts, and the special permit requirement would remain. It just creates an option for in-room cooking facilities. Some people have asked whether this will pose a fire safety hazard. Well, by legalizing in-room cooking facilities, making them subject to inspection, it may actually have the opposite effect. And as I noted, the Board of Selectmen are working on regulations for licensing lodging houses that would stipulate very clearly what requirements would need to be met. There are already annual inspections by the building, health, and fire departments, and it's quite likely that the kinds of cooking facilities imagined, which would probably be hot plates, a microwave, refrigerator, and sink.
You about done, sir?
I am just about done. Would pose minimal, if no, risk with the stepped-up inspections and licensing. Therefore, by a vote of 20 to 0 to 3, the advisory committee recommends favorable action on the motion on page 16-9.
Thank you, Mr. Zerillo.
Thank
And
you,
Mr.
Mark
Blood, would you please come forward?
Mark Zerillo, Chairman of the Planning Board, speaking for the Planning Board. The Planning Board recommended unanimously favorable action on Article 16. We believe that allowing in-room cooking facilities would encourage the renovation and preservation of affordable lodging houses and improve the quality of life of living in these buildings. The town's lodging house regulations are being updated and are specific as to health and safety concerns that accompany allowing in-room cooking facilities. These regulations, along with the annual inspection and licensing process, provide sufficient safeguards to protect lodging houses and their neighbors. Thanks.
Mr. Blood?
Roger Blood, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 13, speaking for unanimous Housing Advisory Board as co-sponsor and supporter of Article 16. Article 16 advances the mission of the HAB and the vision for the town to increase both the supply and the diversity of housing for low and moderate income households, and in this case, individuals. In particular, the HAB has focused for some time on the need for single-room occupancy, rental housing for lower income working and recently increasing number of retired individuals. Using the town's affordable housing trust fund as seed money and bridge financing, we've successfully sponsored over recent years the purchase, preservation, renovation of about a half dozen affordable lodging houses around town, many of which are on Beacon Street. These are sponsored by nonprofit developer managers, and all of them have permanent affordable housing covenants on the units. Since our local strategy for deploying the town's limited housing trust fund resources is to leverage as much state and federal funding as possible, the HAB is recommending Article 16 in part because it will align Brookline with the emerging policies of the State Department of Housing and Community Development, which is encouraging this emerging form of lodging house, the enhanced unit with cooking facilities in the rooms. And I think Sean Lynn Jones did a very good job explaining in further detail, so I won't repeat some of my remarks on the nature of this type of housing and why it's something we think is a good development. You also heard at the Zoning Bylaw Committee, I'm also a member of that there was some discussion and concern that this article be framed too broadly and have some unintended overdevelopment consequences. I'd just like to thank Merrill Lease, a member of that committee, for the creative idea of targeting this article specifically at affordable housing, because that very nicely, completely aligns the objective of the article with the content of what it says. Finally, I'd just like to encourage all of you, either while you're here or after the town meeting is over, to have a look at this year's affordable housing report by the HAB and the Housing Division, which is in the yellow pages of your warrant book immediately following Article 23. And if you have questions or concerns about that, feel free to call either Fran Price or myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. And Marylise, would you come forward, please?
Thank you. Ken Goldstein for the Board of Selectmen. By the way, I didn't know that you could have a theme song as you come up to the plate. I think I'd like to do that. Yeah. Lodging houses. So Mr. Lynn Jones covered most of it, so I'm going to whittle down my remarks for you and focus on a couple of key points. First off, in the past, lodging house rooms did not have cooking facilities, and that's probably because the state of building safety was probably not ready for it in the past. Electrical codes, fire codes, and health codes were not well enough established, and the technology was not well enough established to assure that these things could be done safely. Today, it has become the trend. We've spoken to the administrators at the Pine Street Inn, who are not just who actually have this type of housing and administer this type of housing, and we know that this is being successfully done in Boston and other communities as well. And there is a demand for it, and I think that Brookline should be meeting that demand as well. Also, want to reinforce one thing that Mr. Lynn Jones also said, which is does not change the zoning bylaw, which only allows lodging houses in certain zones. And in case you're wondering, the permitted zones are the FML zones only, and I'm sorry, in G zones only. In other words, not in S single family, SC single family converted, T two family, O office, or I industrial zones. So don't think that this means that lodging houses are coming to areas in town where they aren't today. Lodging houses would also continue to require a license from the Board of Selectmen. The regulations under which the licenses are granted and which control the upfitting and the operation of lodging houses are undergoing a major overhaul by the Selectmen's Licensing Review Committee, of which I and Chairman DeWitt are the co-chairs. They are nearly complete. They are actually through that committee, and they will be adopted by the Board of Selectmen in a very short order, probably before this warrant article, if passed, is approved by the Attorney General. The regulations, you should be assured, make very, very specific provision for cooking facilities and rooms. They have been drafted in close consultation with the fire, health, building, and planning departments, and we are assured that these things can be done safely. Just if you want to imagine for a moment what these look like, by the way, don't imagine a cooking facility that looks like a kitchen in a single-family house or a kitchen in an apartment or a condominium. These things are done in sort of compact units, self-contained units that contain a sink, electric hot stovetop, not a gas stovetop, and an oven and a refrigerator, all in a modular unit. Finally, I want to say that once, if warrant Article 16 is adopted and approved, this will provide an opportunity for our residents who make use of lodging houses, style dwellings, to have a safer and more useful home. And it will also likely increase the supply of affordable housing in town, which is good for two reasons. First, for purposes of diversity, and second, because it helps us reach our 10% affordable housing goal. And if you're thinking only in terms of the development future of the town, that could help us to avoid 40B development in the future. So for all these reasons, the Board of Selectmen, by a vote of 4-0, recommends favorable action on this article. Thank you.
Thank you, Marlise.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Mary Elise, Town Meeting Member from Precinct 6, and I'm a member of the Selectmen Zoning Bylaw Committee. I'm speaking on behalf of the Brookline Improvement Coalition, otherwise known as BIC, in support of warrant Article 16, which would modify the town's zoning bylaw regarding lodging houses. It would allow modest in-room cooking facilities specifically for affordable lodging houses, and as you have heard, this in turn would encourage the renovation and preservation of such houses, and even more importantly, it would improve the quality of living available in these buildings. You might not have heard of us, but BIC is Brookline's only nonprofit CDC, Community Development Corporation. Our specific mission is trying to develop and manage affordable housing units And as such, we have firsthand knowledge of the challenge of providing affordable housing in Brookline with its high property values. So any effort to improve or enhance affordable living in Brookline deserves enthusiastic support. We urge town meeting members to vote in favor of warrant Article 16.
Thank you, Mr. Richmond.
Clint Richmond, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 6.
Louder.
I'm sorry. Clint Richmond, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 6. Two informational questions. Will this additional feature of these lodging rooms have the intended or unintended effect of raising the rent on such facilities such that it might actually be counterproductive?
Mr. Lynn Jones, did the advisory committee consider that question?
I think that would be Charlene Jones, Precinct 1, more appropriately addressed to someone from the HAB or from the Department of
How
Planning
about
and
Ms.
Community
DeWitt?
Development.
What I can say is the way the language is written, the rents would be, the language is written in such a way that the units that would be permitted under this are subsidized affordable units, and the rents are therefore prescribed and are either related to the individual's income or use some other formula. So they're not going to be subject to increased rents.
You have another question, Mr. Richmond?
I do, sir. Are most of these facilities run by for-profit firms or non-profit in general?
Ms.
Lodging
DeWitt?
houses.
Not for profits. These are deed-restricted, affordable units, which are usually either, often in Brookline, because we had a long tradition of lodging houses. Many of the originally for-profit lodging houses have been purchased by not-for-profits, but Pine Street Inn and other organizations like Pine Street Inn, including the Brookline Improvement Coalition, are owner-operators of lodging houses.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Roseman?
Yes, Linda Roseman, Precinct 14.
Closer to the mic, please.
Closer? Okay. My son is an Iraq War veteran who lives in a lodging house on Beacon Street in Brookline, and he's on a veteran's benefit. He has a limited income, and I want to say that it is a life-saving thing. It's an amazing thing to have discovered that these places exist, and it would be wonderful to have an in-room cooking facility. I think it would, in fact, it is better for quality of life, nutrition, being able to, eat when you want to, all the things that many of us take for granted. And his place is run by Caritas Communities of Boston. So, these are sort of the hidden gems. And I think the fact that we're encouraging more of this kind of affordable housing for people in town also addresses some of the diversity issues that were discussed earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Blood?
I was just here to answer the other question.
Okay, well, it was a comment, not a question. On the motion on page 16-9, requiring a 2/3 vote, those in favor, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Oh, yes. Motion carries by a vote of 178 to 1. Sorry. Now, we've dealt with Article 17 at the beginning of this session, so we can leap to Article 18, the motion for which is found on page 18-7 over to page 18-9 to amend the zoning bylaw in ways that will be described to you by Ms. Hyatt, who's the moving party and will speak first, seconded by Mr. Benka. Ms. Hyatt?
Good evening. My name is Angela Hyatt. I'm speaking for a unanimous advisory committee. Article 18 came to us submitted by the Department of Planning and Community Development and was recommended by the Zoning Bylaw Committee. What Article 18 does is it keeps intact the newly created Section 912 from last fall, the administrative review aspect for the daycare centers, for creating new daycare centers. And it keeps that intact, and it, more importantly, brings our current zoning bylaw now into full compliance with state statute by not limiting the use in our zoning districts. So, sorry, glasses. The applicant's plan for parking and safe drop-off, and the Board of Appeals is allowed to issue a special permit to modify the parking requirements for daycare centers. And it was the advisory committee was unanimous in support of this article as submitted.
Thank you, Mr. Benka.
Thank you. Dick Benka, again, as chair of the Zoning Bylaw Committee and on behalf of the unanimous Board of Selectmen. This article, as Ms. Hyatt indicated, responds to state law. There's a section of the state statute containing the Dover Amendment that actually protects daycare centers in similar fashion to the way that religious and educational institutions are protected. Thus, it provides that daycare facilities, as defined in the statute, must be an allowed use in all zoning districts, and that not even a special permit can be required, as is now required under our existing zoning bylaw. Article 18, accordingly, brings the table of uses in our zoning bylaw into compliance with the mandate of state law. At the same time, however, similar to the familiar educational and religious Dover Amendment provisions, the statute applying to daycare facilities does allow reasonable regulations on matters such as bulk, height, lot area, setbacks, open space, and parking. Thus, consistent with the Dover Amendment cases, such general provisions of our zoning bylaw may be applied to protect our neighborhoods, as long as they remain reasonable and don't, for example, nullify the use in a zoning district. Among the several zoning categories that the town can enforce, two are of particular concern with respect to daycare centers and are thus addressed with additional specificity beyond the general provisions of our zoning bylaw. The first is a parking requirement, and that's the requirement that there be sufficient parking to ensure safe pickup and drop-off of children. In addition to the other applicable requirements, the proposed bylaw explicitly requires that the Director of Engineering and Transportation take into account issues such as the number of children, drop-off times, access to the drop-off and pickup areas, pedestrian flow and vehicle flow and speed, and proximity to crosswalks, bus stops, and intersections, which could increase congestion. The second specific issue that this bylaw deals with is open space requirements. If a proposed daycare center intends to satisfy its licensing requirements by using public play areas, the availability and use of those public spaces must be approved by the Director of Parks and Open Space and the Director of Public Health. We have already, in fact, seen toddler turf wars with competing daycare centers in parts of town. To ensure safety, the Parks Department, over the last year or two, has created a management plan assigning times to various daycare centers, and there would have to be adequate availability for any proposed new center. Article 18, in short, addresses the requirements of state law, brings our bylaw into compliance with state law, and also is addressed to the safety of the children served by daycare centers. The selectmen unanimously recommend favorable action. Thank you.
Mr. Zerillo?
Mark Zerillo, Chair of the Planning Board, for unanimous Planning Board in favor of Article 18. Primary concerns of the Planning Board with establishing a new daycare center revolve around the ability of outdoor play areas and the safety of vehicle drop-off and pickup areas. This amendment requires the approval of certain departments regarding these factors. If a new daycare center proposes to use public open space to meet state standards, the Director of Parks and Open Space and Public Health must approve the availability and use of the open space. Additionally, the daycare center must provide for and indicate the availability of a safe drop-off and pickup parking spaces to the satisfaction of the Director of Engineering and Transportation. The amendment also allows for the Board of Appeals to issue a special permit to modify the parking requirements for daycare centers, similar to what exists in the bylaw for protected non-profit educational uses. So again, the Planning Board unanimously is in favor of Article 18. Thank you.
Thank you. On the motion on page 18-7 to 18-9, requires a two-thirds vote. Those in favor, please raise your hands. Those opposed? (178 to 1). Motion carries. We now proceed to Article 19, and we will deal with Articles 19, 20, and 21 together because they all relate to renovations and matters concerning the Coolidge Corner Theater. So there are three motions. The first under Article 19 is on page 3 of the yellow supplement. The motion under Article 20 is on page 1 of the green supplement, and 21 is on the bottom of page 1 and over to page 2 of the tan, something like that, yellowish supplement under Article 21. And each one of these motions incorporates a memorandum of agreement that's also accompanies each of these motions. Each of them is moved by Carla Benka and seconded by Richard Benka. I call on Mr. Maynard. Michael Maynard, the petitioner. Name and address first, please, sir, and your status.
Michael Maynard, 24 Crafts Road, Precinct 13. Michael Maynard, 24 Crafts Road, Precinct 13, former town meeting member. Cindy,
yeah.
Do you want the others to come up with me or just come up seriatim, the other two presenters? Do you want the other two presenters to come up seriatim? Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, town meeting members, members of the Board of Selectmen, and members of the Advisory Committee. We have reviewed very carefully, obviously, the materials before you. I think that the Selectmen and the Advisory Committee have done an excellent job of presenting the facts around these articles. The technicalities are somewhat complicated, but I think they've been very well presented to you, and we'll make this presentation fairly brief. After I speak for just a moment about why we're here and what we're doing in sort of general terms, I'm going to ask a fellow board member from the Coolidge, Gary Stoloff, who's co-chair of our Facilities Committee, to come up and take you through a very brief slideshow. Some of you have seen these graphics, but many of you haven't, and we'll hopefully they'll be clarify a bit what we intend to do with the project. After Gary, Denise Cassell is going to speak very briefly as well. She's the executive director of the Coolidge Corner Theater from the perspective of running the theater day to day. The project, as you know, is a hope on our part that we can expand the Coolidge Corner Theater in the back to add a third large movie house, so 180 seats. As you know, we are a nonprofit entity. We have an all-volunteer board that oversees the operations of the theater, and we exist solely for the purpose of providing a public benefit to Brookline and the greater Boston area, and that is to be an art house cinema. That's what we've always done, and we hope that we will always be able to do that in the future. Even though we're a nonprofit, we're in a very competitive environment. The art house cinema community has dwindled significantly over the last 30 years, as many of you may know. Our two primary competitors are the Kendall Cinema in Kendall Square, which has 8 screens, and the West Newton Cinema, which has 6. Though we have 4 screens, only 2 of them enable us to show first-run films from the distributors. And our viewers want to see more, and we'd like to be able to give them more. We run into problems oftentimes where there's a new film coming out, and we are required under our distribution agreements to keep the films we have up on the screen, even though attendance is dwindling. And the people in Brookline and our regular fans end up driving to Cambridge or West Newton to see a film. That doesn't serve them well, and it doesn't serve us well. As stewards of this institution, we feel it's our job to do everything we can to position the Coolidge to be here 75 and 100 years from now to continue to provide cultural enrichment to the community. Gary will come up now to give you a little detail on specifically what we intend to do with some graphics. And as I said before, Denise will wrap up with just a little perspective from someone who's there every day keeping the theater running.
Mr. Stoloff, name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is Gary Stoloff. I'm a resident of Boston.
Okay. Are there any town meeting members who object to Mr. Stoloff addressing the body? If so, please stand. Okay, proceed, Mr. Stoloff.
Thank you. Could we get the next slide, please? Many of you will recognize this view, which is the back of our theater from the Center Street parking lot. It is the location of the proposed expansion of the building, which would come back towards us from the back there and remove the fire escapes and all that other really attractive stuff, and create a 2 or 3 story addition. I'll get a little bit more into that in a minute. The plan calls for the ground floor to expand our lobby, more than doubling the available space, adding additional concessions, ticketing, and bathrooms to bring our facility up to modern codes, which it has not been for some time. Next slide, please. This is the site plan we've been working on for about 6 months, and lots of you may have seen it. I believe it's included in your town meeting package. It's a slide that just gives us a orientation of where we are, where the existing theater is, where the proposed expansion is, and the parking lot below the proposed expansion is redesigned to enable us to expand to the rear, and I'll explain that in a second as well. And it's, quite frankly, the subject of the warrant articles. Next slide, please. This slide shows the property boundary of the property that's owned by the Hamilton Charitable Foundation. Next slide, please. This is the area subject to warrant Article 19. In 1964, the town of Brookline was granted an easement by the then property owner for the land that's highlighted there in the the reddish color. That enabled the town to build the parking lot behind the theater, which currently has 12 parking spaces and a small loading zone. Next slide, please. Our request for warrant Article 19 is that the town relinquish that easement in exchange for us granting back what's shown here, which is a portion of that easement that will enable the alleyway from Harvard Street to continue to feed the Center Street lot. The warrant article could have been done in one article, but we chose to do it in two for simplicity's sake, and that sort of gives you a sense of what the request is. Next slide, please. This is the subject of warrant article, there you go, 21, which shows the air rights request. This area enables the second story of our building to be wider than our existing land, and it frees up our ability to do a couple of things, primarily build a cinema large enough to be considered by our distributors as a first-run cinema. By requesting this air rights and designing a building with a second floor that's bigger than the first floor, we get a much better theater, both in terms of the number of seats and the proportions of the width and length of the theater. It's not really a shoebox, but more like the room we're sitting in now, which has the proportions that you expect from an auditorium. Next slide, please. This slide we created to give you a sense of where the parking moved to and from. That red outline shows you what is there now today, the 12 spaces in one loading zone. The parking spaces behind it are what we propose to create, which is 11 parking spaces instead of 12. A loading zone moved to the left that's sort of out of that area where the bottom red line at an angle goes. There's a 45-foot loading zone there. And we've also created 2 handicap spots in this plan, which was developed in conjunction with town officials, the town engineer, the town council, the planning director, and the economic development director. We all work together to come up with this concept. Next slide, please. So this is the slide back to what we propose to create. It enables us to build, to expand the theater without the loss of more than one parking spot. So we think all in all that trade-off is a positive one, both for the theater and for the town. Next slide, please. Right here is a perspective view of the massing of the project we envision, or one idea of it. You can see, if you use your imagination, how the second level is bigger and extends cantilevers over the sidewalk. That sidewalk is undercover. That has another advantage of helping us in bad weather conditions, allow our patrons who have to wait to get into the next theater to be out of the rain. Next slide, please. This is the other concept that we're going to explore, which adds a third floor to the building that would house the foundation offices, as well as a large conference room for our board meetings and other uses of the space. We have not made a decision one way or the other to go with a 2-story or 3-story version. To give you a sense of the size of this, the height of the 2-story version is 47 feet, which is 6 feet taller than the building that's there now. The 3-story version, the one that's up on the screen now, is 60 feet, which is exactly the height of the SS Pierce building. At its levelness, the tower of the SS Pierce building extends up to 85 feet, but we're within the sort of buildings around us in terms of size and scale. Whether we go to the two-story version or the three-story version is something that we will work out in design review, as well as within our own ability to raise funds. Clearly, the three-story version is more expensive. If we find that our fundraising is going well, that would make us more likely to try to do the three-story version. But at this point in time, we're not committed one way or the other. Last slide, please. So this is what you see now, and hopefully if town meeting in its wisdom agrees to these 3 warrant articles, you won't see for that much longer. Denise?
Name and address, please.
Denise Cassell at 52 White Place in Brookline. I am the executive director of the Coolidge Corner Theater. The Coolidge is an integral part of our community, and audiences love watching films at the Coolidge, and the Coolidge is well respected and coveted by all the film distributors. What I mean is the big 5. They all want to be in our theaters just like you do. We're talking about Fox Searchlight and Sony Picture Classics and Focus and the Weinstein Company and Roadside Attractions. We are offered hundreds of films a year, and we do not have enough screens to exhibit them. Having an additional main screen with 120 plus seats will make a very big difference. We can say yes to more films. There are 5 or 6 major art house releases at any given time. A 3rd screen would enable us to show these films, and the Coolidge does and will continue to offer quality art house films, independent films, narratives, documentaries. We also program shorts before each film. We make our theater available to the community. That's something we would continue to do. Please know that we are a not-for-profit. We serve the community, and another screen would serve you all. Thank you.
Ms. Benka?
Carla Benka, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 13, speaking for the Advisory Committee. Warrant Articles 19, 20, and 21 are presented by the Coolidge Corner Theater Foundation and seek approval of actions necessary to enable the theater's proposed expansion to move forward. Article 19 asks Town Meeting to extinguish a portion of a 1964 easement over the rear of the theater property. Article 20 asks Town Meeting to accept the grant of an easement over the southeast corner of the theater property to facilitate access from Harvard Street to the parking area in the back of the theater. And Article 21 asks that the town seek a home rule petition to allow the leasing of approximately 950 square feet of air rights over the portion of land at the rear of the theater where the addition will be sited. By way of background, the building is currently owned by the Hamilton Charitable Corporation and is located in the G1.75 Coolidge Corner zoning area, in which the maximum floor area ratio is 1.75 or 2.25 with public benefits, and the maximum height is 45 feet or 70 feet with public benefits. The Theater Foundation currently leases portions of the building, including movie houses 1 and 2, 2 smaller screening rooms, and lobby, basement, and office space. Expansion of the facility is being considered at this time to enable the Coolidge to stay competitive with other movie theaters and to increase the financial sustainability of the theater. At present, the foundation contemplates expanding its facility, as you've heard, to include a new theater with up to 180 seats and large concession areas, additional lobby space, bathrooms on the first floor, an elevator, and a protected outside area for patrons waiting to purchase tickets. All of this is expected to add about 3,000 square feet to the ground floor and approximately 4,600 square feet to the second floor. There is also a possibility of adding a third floor of about 2,000 square feet to house the foundation's office and to create new meeting space. While the land under the new addition would continue to be leased by the Theater Foundation, The foundation itself would own the newly constructed space. Redesigned parking and loading areas in back of the theater would be part of the new development. The advisory committee is uniformly supportive of the Coolidge and recognizes the benefits that the theater's expansion would bring to the immediate commercial area and to the rest of the town. At the same time, we're aware that there are some outstanding issues that need to be resolved. One matter is the redesign of the new parking and loading areas and how their reconfigurations will interface with the scheduled rehabilitation and functioning of the Center Street lot. And related to parking, the committee recognizes that regardless of how many theater patrons live within walking distance or take the T, adding a theater of up to 180 seats will create additional demand for the already limited number of parking spaces in the Coolidge Corner commercial area. Excuse me. Although the local business community has not expressed concern with this scenario, taking steps to avoid excessive parking on neighboring residential streets should be considered. Another issue that needs further attention is the future location of the theater's entrance and exits and how to site them so that movie patrons will be encouraged to explore Coolidge Corner shops and restaurants before or after a show. And yet another matter to address is any possible change in the ownership and/or purpose of the property at some future date. The memorandum of agreement that has been recently approved by the Selectmen, the Foundation, and the Hamilton Charitable Corporation provides a framework within which these and other issues will be addressed. The MOA also creates an escrow arrangement for holding the documents needed for the theater's expansion until the MOA conditions are met, thus protecting the town's interests. The advisory committee recognizes the value of the Coolidge, not just as an economic engine for the Coolidge Corner area, but also as a cultural resource and a source of local pride. For many Brookline residents, the theater offers a personal bond, from its governing board composed of members of our community to its programming, offering a range of homegrown presentations and events, in addition to providing a venue for community gatherings. A unanimous advisory committee is pleased to recommend favorable action on the votes offered by the Board of Selectmen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Panka.
Thank you. Dick Benka for a unanimous Board of Selectmen. My focus will be on the terms of the Memorandum of Agreement and the associated escrow agreement that will follow from that. The concept of an MOA and an escrow agreement developed because the theater was unwilling to take the risk of developing detailed plans and engaging in a complex approval process without assurances the town meeting would authorize the necessary land dispositions. Conversely, the Board of Selectmen was unwilling to unconditionally release the easement and sell air rights to the theater without assurances that certain potential issues with the theater expansion would be addressed. These issues were raised by members of the Board of Selectmen, by other businesses and abutters in the area, by members of the Preservation Commission, and by members of the Economic Development Board and others. Essentially, the memorandum allows town meeting and the state legislature to go forward with the approvals sought by the theater with respect to the easement and air rights, but provides that these documents will be held in escrow and not released to the theater until certain conditions are met. Let me briefly address some of those conditions. The ultimate plan must be for a theater expansion of at least 125 seats, but not substantially exceeding the scope that was presented to you today. The Art Deco interior details must be generally preserved, and the exterior detailing must be comparable and consistent with the existing exterior. Because the plan contemplates a new entrance facing the Center Street parking lot, there was concern that patrons would simply go to and from their cars without contributing to the vitality of Harvard Street and Coolidge Corner. There must be a design advisory team and planning board process addressing this issue and finding that the proposed expansion will not materially reduce foot traffic on Harvard Street. Perhaps, for example, the ultimate design could have patrons exit from the existing entrance closer to Harvard Street. There was concern about the impacts of the design on loading areas of other uses, such as neighboring businesses. That must be approved by the Transportation Board, the Planning Board, and the Zoning Board of Appeals. Those three boards will also have to determine that there is no significant impact for parking for other uses. The issue is not the loss of one parking space, but rather the addition of 125 or 150 or 180 seats without the addition of any parking spaces, and the impact of that on other businesses and on the surrounding residential streets. What will the impact of additional theater parking be on, for example, Party Favors or the Booksmith or Lady Grace? The appropriate boards may determine that given the timing of commercial and theater uses, or some arrangement that is reached in that regard, there is no substantial effect at all. And certainly the Chamber of Commerce and the Coolidge Corner Merchants Association both support the expansion. Or the boards might, in their discretion, utilize the flexibility that our multi-space meters provide in the Center Street parking lot, reserving some 30-minute spaces, having escalating rates, or some tool such as that. Another issue, in accordance with state law, minimum prices are set for the release of the easement and for the grant of air rights. Some of that could be offset in the board's discretion through increases in the pilot agreement. Finally, should the theater rely on the Dover Amendment as an educational institution, and it's not clear that it can, the selectmen still have to be satisfied that the terms of the memorandum of agreement have been met. The selectmen recognize, as the advisory committee speaker Carla Benka indicated, that the theater is not just an economic engine in the Coolidge Corner area and a cultural resource, it is also a community gathering space, as evidenced by recent events such as the Martin Luther King celebration, the Marathon Bombing Commemoration, and the Hub Youth Awards, all of which have been and in the past and will be held in the future at this valuable resource. We thank Town Council for her work on the Memorandum of Agreement. The selectmen hope that you'll agree that the expansion of the theater will be beneficial to Coolidge Corner and to the town, and that the MOA reasonably protects the interest of the town and abutters. Thank you for your support of Articles 19, 20, and 21.
Thank you. Mr. Bassett.
John Bassett, Precinct 6. On the proposed height of the three-story addition, as I remember, and if I'm wrong, stop me, that it was said that the three-story addition would be 80 feet. And I believe that Carla said that in the J. Coolidge Corner 175, the allowable height with the special permit and public benefits is 70 feet. How will we get the extra 10 feet?
Mr. Benka.
The allowable height with public benefits is 70 feet. My understanding is that even the higher version is 60 feet, not 80.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Ms. Senecal.
Barbara Senecal, Precinct 13. First, I just want to say I'm one of the biggest fans of the Coolidge Corner
Into
Theater.
the microphone, please.
I'm one of the biggest fans of the Coolidge Corner Theater, but I have a concern that has nothing to do with the present. It has to do with the 99-year lease. We're all going to be gone, all these wonderful people that run the theater, and those of us here in 50 years.
Well, speak for yourself, Ms. Senecal.
Well, that's true. Okay, well, I hope we're not. So I'm thinking, the red flag started going because I do a lot of contracts, and I thought one of the bad things about contracts sometimes is you don't think about what might happen down the road. So let's say 25, 30 years from now, the theater decides to run first-run porn movies. Or let's say, as probably the tweeter people will say, in 50 years, there will be no more movie theaters. We'll all be watching them on iPads, on our home screens, and they'll sell it to somebody who'll run something improper that the town doesn't want. So I talked briefly to Jennifer DePazzo just before the meeting, and I said, what kind of protections? I want to vote for this, but not without some protections. And her idea was, perhaps in our lease, we can put these protections. So I'm saying to myself, I'd like to vote for it, but I'd like to vote for it after I see what the protections are for 99 years down the road.
Ms. Gilbert.
Jennifer DePazzo, Gilbert Town Council. So there are quite a few documents that have yet to be negotiated. As Ms. Baker stated, the MOA is just a framework. So we've also got to negotiate the terms of the escrow agreement, but more importantly, the air rights lease. And right now, the air rights lease contemplates a two-tier structure. One evaluated based on the current nonprofit use, and one where if the use was to change. And there certainly could be restrictions in the air rights lease going forward, which would only be valid by law for 30 years. But certainly we could include it in that. And then there's also the special permit down the road, which may have certain conditions in it as well.
So after 30 years, we can't have any more protections?
Not unless it's qualifies under Chapter 184.
Well, to me, this is an issue, and it's a
Louder,
real
please.
problem. So yeah, I'll leave it to you people to try to figure it out, but I don't think I can vote for something if I don't think the town is going to be protected down the road. We won't be here. You guys won't be here.
Well,
The theater may not
isn't
be
it correct, Ms. Gilbert, that any long-term lease of the facility is subject to town meeting approval? Or is it?
No, so if the legislature approves the 99-year lease, then the Board of Selectmen have the authority to negotiate those terms.
But you're saying...
Which are open, which haven't been discussed. This is going to be, according to the theater, a 2 to 3 year process.
Right, but you're saying we can only put the restrictions in for 30 years?
Ms. Senecal.
I'm sorry, that's all I'm...
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Richmond.
Thank you. Clint Richmond, Precinct 6. I was wondering if the... Thank you. I was wondering if the town of Brookline has previous experience in negotiating or managing air rights.
I don't think so.
Jennifer Gilbert, Town Council. No, not air rights, but we certainly have a lot of experience negotiating 99-year leases.
Would it be possible in this 99-year lease, to follow up on Ms. Seneschal's comment, to make it subject to town meeting approval? Did the advisory committee consider that you have to come back to town meeting? Because the memorandum of understanding is pretty broad, and you're saying there's a lot of variables and we don't know what's going to happen, but it sounds like we're delegating all the authority to the selectmen.
To negotiate the terms of the lease, that's correct.
Thank you, Ms. Frawley.
Regina Frawley, Precinct 16. I'm concerned also about the memorandum of agreement on page 3, number 2, because it is a two-tier. We only hear in both site presentations as well as tonight its use as a nonprofit theater, and yet there it is in writing that it can be used for anything and would revert very possibly any time, any portion of it, to the original owner. When I went to one of the site visits, I actually went upstairs, and part of the presentation was that certain offices that to the layperson looked like it belonged to the theater, in fact had separate leases. One of the offices only had a 5-year lease with the owner and the theater. So this is so wide open to reverting to profit use, and we're asking us to give up something to do with the town. And the other thing that I actually would like to ask about is, I heard at the board...
Why don't you ask one thing at a time, Ms. Frawley? Mr.
Okay.
Banker?
Yeah, let me, in response to Ms. Frawley's question and Ms. Senecal's question, let me make clear that under the current situation, we have absolutely no control over what the theater or the Hamilton Charitable Foundation might do with that property. In exchange for the release of air rights, or for the release of the easement and for the air rights, we will be getting control going into the future. It might be limited by state law for a period of time, but at the present time, they could do whatever they want with that property, not 30 years or 31 years down the road, but next week if they wanted to. So we will be gaining more control through this rather than losing control.
Ms. Frawley, did you have a second question?
Yes, at the Board of Selectmen, the attorney for the foundation, Bobby Allen, said that they would not waive their rights under the Dover Amendment. As we've heard twice tonight, the allowable with benefits height is 70 feet. I'm not sure what the actual height of the theater is, but I'm sure it's well under that. And I'm wondering why, if they're going to exercise that right, or even just to go up with the public benefits of the current easements, why they wouldn't just go up higher and use their full 70 feet, if not under the Dover Amendment, even higher.
Mr. Allen.
Robert Allen, here representing the Coolidge Corner Theater. I have a law practice at 300 Washington Street in Brookline Village. The reason why the comment was said relative to the Dover Amendment is that the theater made a conscious effort, as you heard earlier. They had to make a decision. Do they spend a ton of money and fundraise to get a product here before town meeting to show here's what the final design is going to look like? They rely 100%, all these volunteer board members rely 100% on fundraising. It seemed more prudent to come before town meeting and get a sense of town meeting whether they were willing to go forward with this, knowing and agreeing in this memorandum of understanding that we would have a zoning process. It is too early in this process to say what the zoning process is going to entail. There hasn't been a plan, so there hasn't been a denial. We don't even know what relief is going to be necessary. But to waive any rights for Dover, and Selectman Banker's right, it's not clear that we have Dover rights. But for instance, if everything is allowed but the parking or the height to 60 feet and the zoning board doesn't feel the public benefits of the landscaping and in the pilot and everything else that the theater brings to the community isn't enough, I don't think the theater should be in a position to waive any potential rights that they may have. This is just a way to start this process, and we've agreed through this MOA to go through the whole process. You know, one of the things about Dover is you would avoid going through the whole zoning process. We've agreed to go before design advisory team. We've agreed to go before planning. We've agreed to go to the community meetings. We've agreed to go before zoning. So this process will all lay out just like we all know the zoning process lays out. So things will be heard, conditions will be put on zoning. A lot of the things that were addressed, like by Ms. Senecal even, can be addressed in the zoning process. And to be honest, it's probably something that we will agree to as part of the zoning process. It was a chicken and an egg, and it seemed we needed to get a sense from town meeting before we can start the fundraising effort to see if this is real or not.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any way to get back, if we're not happy with what goes on there, is there any way that we can reclaim the air rights and
Ms.
the
Gilbert?
easement?
Yeah, I'm Jennifer Gilbert, Town Council, speaking specifically to the Dover issue. I added a provision that is sort of a belt and suspenders approach. Not only does the ZBA have to approve the relief, and I question whether Dover relief is actually available for the theater, but even if it were, there's a provision in paragraph 9 that says if Dover relief is granted for any portion of the zoning, so for example, to relieve them of 2 loading areas where they only might provide 1, it specifically says that the selectmen shall only release the escrow. That means none of the documents can be recorded if it determines, that's the selectmen, that the provisions of the agreement have been satisfied, this agreement, and the expansion plan as approved by the ZBA does not substantially exceed the scope of the project presented at this town meeting. So it gave an extra level of protection with respect to any Dover relief that may be granted, if it's even available.
May I follow that up?
Yeah,
with
now, Ms. Frawley, I think if you're not satisfied at this point that the town is adequately protected at this very preliminary stage of this project, we're not going to be able to satisfy you.
Well, I'm going to ask another legal question because
All
town
right, go
council
ahead.
is available. What is the legal weight on a memorandum of agreement? Lots of memorandums have, in the end, no real legal binding
Jennifer
weight.
Gilbert, Town Council, I assure you that this is a binding contract, and there's also a provision that I put in here that requires it to be recorded, and it's also applies to any successors and assigns, and there's also an assignment fee to be negotiated.
Thank you. Ms. Smith? Go ahead.
Oh, hi. Kim Smith, Precinct 6. I heard mention of an elevator Is there currently is no elevator in the building, is that correct?
Mr. Allen?
Oh, from the first to the second?
Robert
Oh,
Allen
good.
again. There
Okay.
is currently an elevator in the existing structure. The new structure will also have an elevator to provide access to the
good.
new
Okay.
theater.
Great,
Thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Richmond? Just a short, brief question, please, sir. It's 20 of 11.
So hard to ask. I have several questions actually, but there was a presentation of the value of the various rights that are being asked for from the town. I didn't see a sum of those, which seems to be determining the minimum lease. I only saw them sort of separately.
Jennifer Gilbert, Town Council. So state law requires that there be an appraisal done by our chief assessor for the value before the town can either accept the portion back, transfer out, and also with respect to the air rights. So what you see and what's been incorporated into the MOA is our chief assessor's opinion of value. You wouldn't have a total sum because we don't want a total sum. We want each sum. So for example, on the one-story air rights piece, a one-year rental rate is calculated at $2,325, and then we'd have an escalator clause. But he's also given you the sale price on a one-story building, and he goes on to put down the value for if it's going to be a two-story and if it's going to be a three-story, and also calls out the annual rental rates. And then you have the value of the piece we're getting back, which would of course be factored into the sale as a deduction. So it's all right there in the attachment to the MOA.
Thank you.
No more questions?
Okay, we'll proceed to a vote, and I'll take each one of these votes separately.
I'm sorry, Mr. Moderator, did we actually vote on calling the question?
I'm not entertaining a motion to call the question. I was thinking, perhaps hoping against hope, that you were through.
No, I'm not. I have a couple brief questions.
Now, I'll entertain a motion for the question. Is there a second? All those in favor of calling the question, please raise your hands. Those opposed, motion carries by a 2/3 vote. Sorry, Mr. Richmond. Even your moderator has a finite amount of patience. Well, we have 3 votes before us. The motion under Article 19, which requires a 2/3 vote, is found on page 3 of the yellow supplement. Those in favor of this motion, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Well, the motion carries by a 2/3 vote. Article 20, the motion is on the first page of the green supplement. Again, requiring a 2/3 vote. Those in favor, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Motion carries by a 2/3 vote. Article 21, page 1 of the TAN supplement, requires a majority vote, calling for a home rule amendment. Those in favor, please raise your hands. Those opposed, motion carries. Now, our usual procedure is that we complete the article on which we're debating at 10:30, and then call for a motion to adjourn. So I will call for a motion to adjourn, but let me see if I can't describe what's before you, and your choice will be to finish up the last 2 articles tonight or to come back next Tuesday. Article 22 is, I have 4 speakers signed up to speak in favor, and there are 2 speakers who wish to speak in favor of referral, which is the action recommended by the Selectmen and Advisory Committee. So actually this is a contested resolution. While it has no legal effect, it's nevertheless contested. Article 23, there is no no opposition has emerged to Article 23, which is a resolution relating to the transportation of Canadian tar sands products, nor would I expect any opposition to emerge at this stage of our proceedings. So with that in mind, my guess is we'll be here for another half hour, maybe conceivably 3/4 if you don't behave yourselves. So your choice is finish the warrant or come back next Tuesday. So I'll take a motion to adjourn. Okay, is there a second? All those in favor of adjourning? All those opposed? Motion fails. We'll continue with Article 22. I don't think we quite heard both sides of the issue yet, Mr. Rosenthal. The main motion under Article 22 is a motion in the words of the article, so you'll make the following changes to the article as it appears on page 22-1. First, the lead will be voted that the town will adopt the following resolution instead of to see if the town. Voted that the town will adopt the following resolution. Then the resolution, you strike the language at the end or act on anything relative thereto. That's moved by Mr. Sanders, seconded by Mr. Dempsey. Mr. Goldstein moves and Mr. Swartz seconds that the subject matter of this article be referred to the Transportation Board. Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Mike Sanders. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 10. I'll start by explaining why warrant Article 22 is important for Brookline and why we need transit signal prioritization.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're starting to lose town meeting members for some strange reason. Please remember to deposit your handheld electronic voting devices in the receptacles in the rear of the auditorium. You can start over, Mr. Sanders. I apologize.
Okay. My name is Mike Sanders. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 10. I'll start by explaining why we need transit signal prioritization in Brookline, what it is, and then I'll pass things on to my co-petitioner, Chris Dempsey, who will explain funding opportunities and also sort of what he'll explain all the support we have in town, various town boards. And then I'll pass it on to Dr. Vitolo, who will show you why the reasonable option in Article 20.
Before we get to Dr. Vitolo, we'll hear from the Board of Selectmen.
Correct, yes. He'll show you why the reasonable choice is to pass the main motion for Article 22.
Do you have a PowerPoint?
Do we have the slideshow? No. So the Beacon Street Trolley is a vital component of the town's transportation infrastructure. 14,000 people a day by the MBTA's latest counts, which are from 1995. That's a very high percentage of the commuting traffic on the Beacon Street corridor, and it's important that it's fine. It's important that we prioritize as town meeting. We show the community what our priorities are. And so currently, when you're driving on Beacon Street, there are loop detectors that detect your vehicle and will give you a green light when you're approaching the traffic light. Same thing from when you're coming from the side streets. When you're walking, you can push the buttons and request a walk signal from the controllers. However, when you're on the T, there's currently no detector for when a crowded Green Line trolley approaches the intersection. Now, at rush hour, according to the MBTA's figures, up to more than 500 people could be on a crowded train, and we all know how crowded they get. Slide number 5, please. Okay, that's fine. So, that's fine. Transit signal prioritization is you can turn the projector off, it's fine. So there are multiple ways of prioritizing transit. However, and so the resolution requests a study of what is the best method for prioritizing transit on Beacon Street. Now, one method is red truncation, which is where as a trolley approaches the intersection, it approaches a red light, and the signal controller, which is controlled by the town of Brookline, owned and controlled, will detect it and prioritize the 500 people that are coming down the street and make everyone else wait, 5 seconds as the train rolls by. Another way is for a green extension. So if a trolley is approaching a stale green light and those 500 people are rolling along, instead of the controller giving them a red signal just as they're approaching the intersection, it'll hold that green light just a few seconds longer and allow the hundreds of people to roll through the intersection not delayed. Now, yes, it's true this would cause, single-digit seconds delay for people on the side streets once every 10 minutes when the T comes by. But I think town meeting will find that that's a reasonable compromise for our street. Next slide, please. So many, many other cities have transit signal priority. Here's a list of all the ones from 2000. This is from 2005. DC, New York, LA, Seattle, Austin, Texas, Houston, Texas, Portland, Oregon, Salt Lake City, Chicago, and many, many, many other smaller towns, and thousands of intersections. Next slide. So this article would ask to study 12 intersections in Brookline. Coolidge Corner is not a good location for transit signal prioritization, and so specifically this article does not aim to change the current situation at Coolidge Corner. It's too complicated, and it's not really appropriate.
You have 1 more minute.
Okay, thanks. And great, so a good example, I might think, I'm not an expert in this, but an expert might determine that the intersection of Beacon and Charles Street is a good example. Here the trains, approached Charles Street. Charles Street is right near the Staples, approaching Coolidge Corner from Boston. And there's no stations nearby it. It could just roll through the signal, but instead, before it gets to the Coolidge Corner station, sometimes it has to stop at this intersection, and then again stop at Pleasant Street, and then get to the station. So transit signal priority could be a way to minimize delay and increase reliability in situations like this.
Please conclude.
And so I will conclude by asking you to oppose referral to the Transportation Board. The Transportation Board supports it unanimously. And I'll ask you to support the main motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dempsey.
Thank you, Chris Dempsey, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 6, member of the Transportation Board. So why bring this question to town meeting? That's the question probably many of you are asking. I think it's very clear that the town has a role to play here. And that's because the town owns all of the traffic signals along Beacon Street, owns and controls those traffic signals. We don't want to sit back passively and wait for the MBTA or other stakeholders to force this on us. We want to be proactive and say that this is something that the town supports and something that we want to actively work on. As Mike said, Article 22 is a very humble resolution in that it asks the town meeting to support putting funding in next year's budget for a study of this technology and whether it would work on Beacon Street. Mike also mentioned that that this technology has unanimous support from the Transportation Board. We voted on it in the April meeting 5-0, and some of you have seen a letter from Chairman Safer in support of this motion. It would study transit signal prioritization at all 12 intersections and would include a technical study of what it would take the town to do to interact with the MBTA's system. It does not involve major construction on Beacon Street. Construction would be very minimal. There would be no construction. It would be small technical and some equipment installation in the existing traffic signals. Why do it now? So why are we bringing this to town meeting now? The MBTA is in a process of adding GPS tracking technology to all of the Green Line cars. They are developing the protocol for that and the standards for that, and over the next 2 or 3 years we'll be rolling that out. They plan to have it in place by 2017. By including funding in next year's budget, we'll be able to hire an engineer to study this issue in the 2015-2016 timeframe, so that by the time these trains have tracking in 2017, Brookline will be ready to go. Quick list of groups that support this article: the Transportation Board, the Town Meeting Green Caucus by unanimous vote, the Climate Action Committee by unanimous vote, the Brookline Green Space Alliance, the Brookline Community Aging Network's Livable Community Advocacy Committee, and Brookline PACs with unanimous support. So I ask you tonight, thank you for waiting here. I ask you for voting no on referral and yes on the main motion. Thank you.
Mr. Dempsey, you'll appreciate that this town meeting cannot bind future town meetings. So, Mr. Goldstein?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you all for remaining. The idea behind Article 22, as the petitioners have described it to you, is a very good one, and it almost certainly has great merit, and the Board of Selectmen thanks you for putting it on our radar screen. I think it's a technology that very well may have the potential to improve MBTA flow on Beacon Street, and consequently, that flow will translate into better flow for general traffic conditions and circulation on Beacon Street. As the petitioners have mentioned, the MBTA has already begun to study and test systems of this nature in the city of Boston. Even if we commission our own study and resolve to adopt such a system, however, we would have no ability to implement it without the MBTA's participation. And that's because while we own the traffic signals, the street lights, we don't control the MBTA lights. Those are owned by those are MBTA property, not ours. I see you shaking your head, but I just double checked that with town council a moment ago. So we can't do this on our own. Every indication is that the MBTA, not the town of Brookline, should be conducting this study, paying for it, and by the way, it's not cheap, and acting upon it, especially considering our very large annual assessment by the MBTA. On Tuesday night, we voted a budget which included over $5 million assessment to the MBTA, and it's a lot of money. When they were threatening to curtail and eliminate bus service in Brookline 2 years ago, they came here in this very room and told us how they were committing to mass transit and improving the mass transit in Brookline. I don't think we're asking very much to ask them to pay for this study, which will help all of us. The figure for the study is $50,000, is quoted by the petitioner. It could be more. We also heard Tuesday night about our school budget problems and our problems with the operating budget of the schools, and $50,000 or more is in the range of one teacher for our schools. So I think if there's a way of getting around this without the town footing the bill for it, that's what we should be doing. Look, privatization is having the desired positive effect. I'm sorry, hold on one second. It's getting late. The Board of Selectmen's suggestion is that the Transportation board look into the matter, confirm that signal prioritization is having the desired effect, which we expect it will, and determine whether the MBTA is now or plans to study the system for Beacon Street. If the MBTA is not going to do this on its own, the Transportation Board should determine whether to recommend that the town pursue the matter on its own, and they should estimate the cost of the study for us. This can happen as part of the fiscal year 2015 budget process, regardless of whether we pass this resolution. It's certainly reasonable to think that it will happen. So this approach to it, by referring it to the Transportation Board, is not going to present any delay from what the petitioner is seeking. Again, I want to thank Mr. Sanders and Dempsey for putting this before us. It's important that we know about these new technologies and how they can improve us. However, the Board of Selectmen unanimously, again by a 4-0 vote, recommends that the matter be referred to the Transportation Board for study and recommendation, and hopefully we will have an action on this and move forward on it by the time of next spring's town meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vitolo. And Mr. Swartz, would you please come forward?
Tommy Vitolo, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. Before I get into my spiel, I'll point out that the traffic controllers, which the MBTA operators rely on to decide when to stop and go through intersections, are slaves to the town's traffic controllers. So when the town's owned and controlled traffic controller turns red, that's when the MBTA controller can let the green line through. The MBTA is completely at the mercy of the town-controlled traffic controllers, and that's why we are so important to this conversation. So Mr. Sanders and Mr. Dempsey have shown us a fairly straightforward technological improvement that will help thousands of Brookline T-riders, one that involves complicated but manageable funding and implementation issues. They've proposed that Brookline use our budgetary process to vet the parameters and details of the study. In this way, we will ensure that Brookline gets value for our expenditure on a study necessary to move transit signal prioritization implementation forward on the C line. The petitioners are asking town meeting to ask the Commissioner of the Department of Public Works, who might be in the back somewhere, to ask the Deputy Town Administrator, to ask the Board of Selectmen and the Advisory Committee, to ask town meeting to fund a study. We don't need to include the Transportation Board in that link. And why am I so sure of that? Well, because they've already talked about it. I'll get to that in a minute. The Advisory Committee, and I'm quoting here, saw no utility in asking this town meeting to resolve to ask a subsequent town meeting to ask itself to consider such funding. Instead, the Advisory Committee and the Board of Selectmen recommend that this town meeting resolve to ask the Transportation Board to ask a subsequent town meeting to ask itself to consider such funding. And why am I so certain that the Transportation Board, upon receiving the referral from town meeting, would make such a request? The Transportation Board has already held a properly noticed public hearing on this very warrant article. And after hearing the comments from citizens and after deliberation, voted 5-0 to support this warrant article as proposed by the petitioners. Why on earth would we refer the warrant article to a board which has already unanimously stated unambiguous support for it?
Take it easy, Dr. Vitolo.
It's late for me too. Ladies and gentlemen, just a few days ago, we passed a $250 million budget. The process works. Let's vote to include concerns raised by the Board of Selectmen and the Advisory Committee. Let's vote to solicit detailed input from town staff, the Transportation Board, the Climate Action Committee, the Commission for the Disabled, the Brookline Community Aging Network, Climate Action Brookline, and any other person or organization with good ideas. Let's vote to ensure that the study dovetails with any work done by the MBTA, the Boston Transportation Department, and MassDOT. Let's vote to submit the study envisioned in Warrant Article 22 to the comprehensive and inclusive fiscal year 2015 budgetary process. We don't have to vote for funding the study, but let's study whether or not we should do the study and what that study should entail through the budgetary process. We will accomplish all of that and signal our priority in improving transit in our town by voting no on referral and yes on the resolution.
Thank you. Well, I think we've covered all sides of the issue, so I'll entertain that motion. This is a motion to close debate, requires a second. Is there a second? And a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of terminating debate, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Thank you. It's a 2/3 vote. On the motion to refer is the first.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
Frank Carroll, Precinct 8, like a recorded vote.
Recorded vote on this motion to refer?
On the motion to refer, yes.
Okay. Are there 35 town meeting members who want a recorded vote? Well, there are 35 town meeting members who wish a recorded vote, so we are voting on the motion of Mr. Goldstein
I
to...
dispute the count, sir.
I beg pardon?
Would you please take that count again? I did not see 35 people up.
I counted 35, Ms. Frawley. If there are 7 town meeting members that doubt my vote, my call of that number, I'll have you stand again. There's 1. Thank you, Ms. Frawley. Okay, we're voting on the motion to refer. This is Article 22, referral. Well, our electronic voting system has apparently died of exhaustion. So we can have a ballot vote if you would like one. So do you want to call for a ballot vote, Mr. Carroll? I see no enthusiasm for a ballot vote. Those in favor of the motion to refer, which will eliminate voting on the petitioner's motion. All those in favor of referring this matter to the Transportation Board, please raise your hands. Those opposed, motion fails. On the main motion, in the words of the article on page 22-1, those in favor, please raise your hands. Those opposed, motion carries by a majority vote. Article 23. The motion under Article 23 is a resolution found on page 23-8 over to the top of page 23-9, moved by Ms. Oldham, seconded by Ms. Daly. Resolution expressing opposition to the transportation of Canadian tar sand products through New England. Ms. Oldham.
I promise everybody I will be very brief. I'm Carol.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Go ahead, thank you. I was thanking you.
I'm Carol Oldham. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 11, and anybody who looked through the resolution or the explanation knows that tar sands is known as the world's dirtiest fuel because it's dirty to get it out of the ground, it's dirty to transport it, and it's dirty to burn it. It's a thick, tarry oil that's suspended in a matrix of sand, and getting it out of the ground creates 3 to 5 times the climate pollution that conventional oil does. It pollutes fence line communities and creates massive tailing ponds and leaves toxic residues and kills a lot of wildlife in the tailing ponds. And pipelines carrying tar sands spill more than 3 times as much as pipelines carrying conventional crude. And it's harder to clean up and more expensive, and it takes longer. The pipeline that the resolution is about is more than 60 years old, and it runs from Portland, Maine to Montreal, Canada. It crosses the Connecticut River and runs alongside the Androscoggin River and Sebago Lake, which is the drinking water for Portland. It runs where we would never put a pipeline now. A spill in any of these waterways or communities could be catastrophic. But the important thing for Brookline is the reason that we should oppose this tar sands project is climate change. Tar sands has 83% more climate pollution from in the well to tank cycle, according to the EPA. And like I said, it has 3 to 5 times the climate pollution just to get it out of the ground. The tar sands deposit in Canada contains more carbon than humanity has emitted so far in our entire history. Brookline is a green community. We've passed numerous warrant articles to improve our climate footprint on everything from how we build our buildings to how we conduct our municipal operations. This is a way to stand strong on our principles and reject this ill-conceived project and this dirty fuel. And this warrant article has the support of PACS, the Green Caucus, and the Selectmen's Climate Committee. Please vote in favor.
Thank you. Ms. Daly, you'll be pleased. The Board of Selectmen is unanimously in favor, and in the event that Mr. Caro and his colleagues would like a recorded vote, the system is apparently back up and operating. Mr. Lowy?
Werner Lowy speaking on behalf of the Selectmen's Climate Action Committee, Precinct 13. I'll be brief as well. The Climate Action Committee didn't propose this, but it absolutely supports this. There are hundreds of climate change problems that we should all be concerned about, but that we can't consider them all. So we have to think about when we put a non-binding resolution like this before town meeting. There are many bad things we don't have time to talk about. There are good things we should take time to talk about. So why is this important? This is important because it's very unusual in that it's a new idea that is a huge step backwards. All of the science, the basic science, is in our part of the combined report, but the basic idea being is that light fossil fuels, such as natural gas, are relatively clean, create relatively little carbon dioxide, but tar sands oil is about the dirtiest, heaviest fossil fuel there is. So shipping this stuff through New England is a terrible idea. It's terrible in terms of the danger created, but even worse in terms of climate change. And I urge you all to please vote for favorable action. Thank you.
Mr. Selwyn? Mr. Selwyn? Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Cohen. Thank you. On the motion on page 23-8, those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Article 24 contains a number of the reports of town officers and committees. I commend them to your attention. There's the Affordable Housing Update, Clean Construction Task Force report. The Moderator's Committee on Waste Disposal has submitted, finally, its final report. The Transportation Board and Audit Committee also have reports under Article 24. That concludes our business. I call for a motion to dissolve the annual town meeting. Is there a second? All those in favor of dissolving the annual town meeting? Aye. Those opposed? No. Motion carries. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.